Good evening. Tempe Union continues to maintain social distancing for the safety of our community. The open meeting law permits a public body to hold a remote meeting through technological means and implement procedures designed to safeguard the public's access to the meeting. We are streaming this meeting live on the district's YouTube channel. The time is now 5:30 p.m. I call this meeting to order. Let the record show that we have 4 board members present, 1 absent, and I move approval of the agenda. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you so much. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, motion passes 4-0. Does any board member want to go into executive session to discuss the minutes from the 2 executive sessions? Hearing and seeing none. All right, then we will move on to the presentation of tribal nation flags. Dr. Mendeville.
Thank you, President Garcia, Vice President Baraza, board members James and Montero, and our distinguished guests that are sitting in this room for being here. I'm thrilled. I'm excited because this is a first, and I know that President Garcia is going to provide some additional remarks about individuals who contributed to making this happen. It's a collective effort, but we're here to recognize our friends, our students who represent a number of our tribal neighbors, and it's just an honor to be able to have this opportunity in our district to recognize these 5 flags that represent our Native children and the students that attend Tempe Union High School District. As I mentioned, friendship and family and community, and those are values that we profess in our core values as a school district, and we try each day to exemplify that in our actions and the words that we choose, and the decisions that we may make on behalf of all of our students. So I can say a lot, but I want to pass this on to President Garcia. But I just want to tell each and every one of you who's sitting in this room how honored I am, and I know that my executive team is honored as well to have you as our guests. I hoped you liked the cookies. They weren't homemade, but we tried our best. And just know you're always welcome in our Tempe Union High School District family. You always have been a part of our family. President Garcia.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mendeville. And on behalf of the board, welcome. Thank you so much to taking the time to come out and celebrate this historic moment. It is an honor to be among you all. It is very important to us as a school district to honor our government-to-government relationship that may often get forgotten or left behind. And I really appreciate the help and support of Ismael Osuna and Jose Saldana, who spearheaded this effort in Guadalupe and got community signatures and really encouraged us to move in this direction. And we definitely could not have done it without any of their help. And they will speak later. But I just wanted to take this moment to truly recognize the ancestral lands that we are on and what our obligation and our duty is to work with all of our tribal governments to the students that we serve. And that's something that has always been on the forefront of my mind. And thanks to this very supportive board that I've been grateful to continue advocating and raise issues that relate back to our Native students, but all of our students. And I couldn't have done it without any of their support and working in conjunction with Dr. Mendeville and the district. So I'm super excited for this, and I'm grateful for you all to be here. What we will follow is we'll have the color guard presentation, followed by blessings, and then once we get to tribal government representatives for your remarks, feel free to have whomever you'd like come up. yeah, and we will go from there. I will have Ismael come up and provide kind of some background as to how this all came about, because he can definitely do it better than I can. So, all right, well, take it away.
Great. Mr. McDonald? We should stand. Please stand.
Shoot. Right. Hey. Count left. Look. Halt. Take your seat.
We will now have the blessing. We're going to invite Ricardo Leonard, the Vice President for the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian Community first. Yes, to the podium, I'm sorry. That would have been helpful.
I ask that you pray in your own language or ask for the Creator for strength for all our people and our nations. Not ka how much mo hurun yak tash. Makakama manye the wusa jidam. But the mama gilk eebdak. Makakama manye but mo sapi nye sapi kayam sapi nyok. Huga tapir. Mapdat. Kakama manyokur wursich hugam. Abdata ki come up. Hugam ar. Rudo baba wursich hugam. Kakama masapot. Kakama manyed wursich up idom. Oh, the mabdata iya. Manyed up. Ka hajan. Ar. Wursich hugam with the data. Okay, come up. Creator, I come today as the sun is slowly setting. I ask that you look into the hearts of all these people here, clear their minds and give them strength in their eyes and their ears, in their hearts to speak good things, hear good things, and see good things. I ask that you give them strength. And I ask you to watch over their families and all their children that are left behind at their homes, that they may go back home to a healthy and strong family. I ask that you also bless all those ones that are here from the Indian nations. that you bless them, give them strength for all their nations. Bless their families, their children, all those ones that are home waiting for them to come home. Ask for traveling blessings for everyone in this room, that we may all go home safely. Also ask for a blessing for all the police and fire at this time that continue to help the people. Ask for a blessing for the elders, the ones that are struggling. Ask for a blessing for the children, also the ones that are struggling. All those ones that are being born at this time, I ask that you put them on that good road to be a good man and a good woman. Creator, I thank you for all these things. Thank you for this beautiful sunrise and this beautiful sunset. How am I doing?
We're also going to be inviting Vice Chairman from the Ak-Chin community, Chairman Vincent, Vice Chairman Vincent.
First and foremost, I want to thank you guys for the invite here. It was an honor to be accepted here as far as among the people out of our jurisdiction boundaries. It makes me feel good being here with you guys and also with my Managa and Hajan, either Mamkukidam or Mamkukia. You know, my brothers and my relatives, relations to our sister tribes for being here too, all together with you guys, just a little brief directory of where I'm from. I come from the Ak-Chin Indian community, which is about 35, 40 miles south from here. And, we're a farming community, and we've been blessed with so much, not from within the entity of our tribal nations, but on the outside. So in doing that, I want to ask God and our Creator also to give you guys strength, everyone here, give you guys blessings, blessings that you can use in your forward movement and whatever you guys are progressing in. Blessings to and prayers for strength and guidance in the journey that you guys are going to be taking. And also for the families that are not here, for the first responders, that been crucial in the situation that we're going in now as far as what we're dealing with this pandemic. Samchi, Sapantati, Mamkukia, Wajarapim, Matamakak Art, Kijiba here, Sapantat, Mampa, and Agit, with my Hitachi here, Mamkukianya. Sapantat, Mat Jiba, what's the cheese? Is a motor, Mamkukami, Api up, Mamkukami, Kakak, Josh, Matamuni, Matamama, Skufkada, Matamama, Matama Hitamum Juma, Sapo Mutkum Ibda, the Sapo Mutkum, Gumamo, Matahitum without Kaka Josh up, Hugam, Hucky here, Hugam up, Bidata ear, what's it out, Woman Jackson. Ia Makukani, Mampich Nok, on we. Be a wa ear, Mampich Mawa ear, Gamma Bob, Be Hachu wa gear, Mapawa ear, West Jackson. Things that are happening right now, it needs to be happening everywhere else. We're in a room combined with tribal leaders. We're in a room combined with tribal representatives outside of the tribal jurisdiction with you guys. And stuff like this is very situation right here needs to be happening all over the world. And it's unfortunate that it isn't. But like I said, I ask our Creator to be with you guys, to give you that strength and that guidance to maybe take it to that level. So in doing that, I thank you guys for inviting me here and inviting me here to represent my tribe and to be amongst our my guys, Gunhajan, my brothers, my sisters, and my relatives. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much to for the blessing and to our color guard, Native American Post 124. We really appreciate you all being here. At this time, we will begin with remarks. Before we do that, I would like to invite Ismael up, Ismael Osuna, to give us the history of how we got here.
Can I take my mask off? Okay. Yosem Chanyavo, Ketche Male, Inepo Ismael Coronado Osuna Tea, Inepo Walupe Pohome into Utisi Hiaki, Ian into Ika Iliwoiva Hignete Uawai, In Achai Volata Nevaisai, Into Sime Ume Bato in Anime, Bat Natekai, Ume Itom Yowam Hyoko Ansuk, Tavem Utiam Make, Tuisi Amam Yo Sahak, Itom Yowam Bechivo, Inepo Alia Kai Hiapsa, Bempo Ine Utia I Akai, Chokwa Utesia, Superintendent Mendeville, President Garcia, Vice President Barraza, Governing Board, and distinguished guests. My name is Ismael Coronado Osuna. I am from Guadalupe, Arizona. I am a parent of a Tempe Union student at Marcos and Nisa High School. Shout out to my son Lorenzo Osuna, who is watching me online. Today is a good day. I want to thank our Creator for allowing us to gather here on this historic day. I also want to thank our ancestors for their bravery and their many sacrifices. Because of them, I stand here today. If today is the first time Yaqui has ever been spoken in these chambers, then I hope I made my ancestors proud. I humbly stand before you to say a few words with your permission. I am honored to stand with our relatives from other tribal nations on this historic day. I remember watching a live video on Facebook in 2019 where the Tucson Unified School District initiated the posting of our Yaqui Nation flag along with the Tohono O'odham Nation flag in their boardroom. I remember watching the video and feeling a sense of pride and honor. That feeling stayed with me, and the wheels in my head began to turn. I said to myself, we need to follow Tucson Unified School District's lead, and we need to make this happen here in our school district. One afternoon, I met with the newly elected board member, Sarah Lindsay James, for lunch, and we discussed a variety of topics around education and the needs of Guadalupe students. Sarah and I also did some much needed catching up. We were friends at Evans School, and we had not seen each other since elementary school. That was many years ago. I floated the idea of maybe one day we could post our flag in the boardroom. I mentioned to her that Guadalupe is the second largest Yaqui community outside of Tucson. Our historical presence in the area must be recognized. She was very supportive and encouraged me to follow through with this idea, and for that, I'm thankful. For years, Tempe Union High School has educated many of our Yaqui students. Many of them have gone on to have successful careers, and we are proud of them. But at the same time, there was always something missing. If you look around, there's nothing that identifies or acknowledges any of our tribal communities at Tempe Union. Our students need to feel a sense of belonging. They need to feel included and valued. They need to know they are part of Tempe Union. High school can be very challenging and intimidating for many students. Many will go through their high school years feeling invisible. Yes, one might say all our students have the same opportunities, but one must understand All students' life circumstances are different. Not everybody walks the same path. That's why it's important to build a relationship between our school board and our Yaqui community and all indigenous communities. We must work together for the success of our students. I know Tempe Union values inclusion, and today they honored and lived up to that statement by having this ceremony. Today, the Yaqui Nation flag, along with the other tribal nation flags will be presented and posted permanently at our school district. Today's ceremony is most fitting because on September 18, 2021, we are going to celebrate our sovereignty. We will be celebrating 43 years of tribal federal recognition and centuries of existence. Today could not be made possible if it were not for people like Jose Saldaña. When I reached out to Jose for help to gather signatures from our community, he didn't hesitate to lend a hand. Thank you, Jose. To our Yaqui community of Guadalupe, thank you for supporting the inclusion of our flag by signing our petition. I also want to thank Councilwoman Andrea Gonzalez, who was the first to offer her support after a joint meeting between the town of Guadalupe, the Pascua Yaqui tribe, on May 20th, 2021. Where I reached out to both council for support in this effort. I also want to thank Councilwoman Campoy for all her help and support through the process. She helped me secure a flag for today's ceremony. Thank you to all the Pascua Yaqui Tribal Council for their support and presence here today. Lastly, I want to thank Superintendent Mendeville, President Garcia, and the Tempe Union Governing Board for listening to their constituents and making today a reality. Having our Yaqui flag posted here will instill pride in our current students and future students at Tempe Union. I hope that all our students feel welcome and that their Yaqui history, culture, customs are always valued and respected. Dwa Yosem Chokwe Utesia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ismael Osuna and Jose Aldana. This definitely could not have happened without you two and the community and the council. So I just wanted to take a moment to thank you for that. I believe Dr. Mendeville will be Dr. Mendeville will continue with the tribal representative remarks.
Unfortunately, our Navajo Nation representative will not be here tonight, but they are live streaming. So if you see us, hello, we're with you. I know that there are travel restrictions at this time for the Navajo community, and so while you're not here in person, you certainly are here in spirit, and we have the flag proudly represented in our boardroom. I am going to open the invitation and extend that so when travel restrictions are lifted in your community that we welcome you back because we do want to have you in person. So hello to the Navajo Nation. And secondly, we're going to go in order here, or try to have some order, because we have guests that are here, and we want to make sure that we've got everybody recognized. First, with the Pascua Yaqui tribe, we have an honored guest here, along with additional council women and men from the council. Peter Eucopicio. Chairman, would you come forward and you can introduce your team, because you've got a great team present.
Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. Les ingeniamos. Once again, we are humbled and honored to have had our flag presented by Ismael. Many, many times and years ago, our people were afraid of flying a flag, only because of persecution. And for a long time, once our families, started fighting for the right to go to school, fighting for the right to vote, fighting for the right to exist in a lot of communities, not only in Arizona, but in Mexico and Sonora. A long time ago, our ancestors told us we were supposed to get genocide. It's a sad story, whether it was conquistadors or others that came to this part of the country. And yet today, we are still standing here in the presence of everybody on Facebook and everybody here at the board, and in the presence of our own people and our brothers and sisters from all the tribes that probably went through the same thing. I know it's humbling when I start thinking of where we came from and where we're going. And I think it's a beautiful thing that you have opened up your mind and your heart to welcome us here in this institution of learning and all schools in the district. That every child, even if they're Norwegian or of Chinese descent or of any other South Africa American, today America this past month opened their heart to a lot of refugees from the Afghanistan nations. And that's the type of country we should be, because we did the same thing for all the other people that came from other parts of the world. The native nations did that, sometimes by choice and sometimes because they came. We have become a quilt of many ethnicities and colors to take care and blanket this world. And that's the beauty of being tribal and being proud of who you are. We have never, ever been anything else but that. I would like to take a little time and introduce our tribal council, starting with Catalina Alvarez from Guadalupe, Angelina Matus from Guadalupe. We have Andrea Gonzalez, Guadalupe, but Tucson. And then we also have Tony Campoy over there. And sometimes as the chairman of the tribe, I also acknowledge Mr. Luis Gonzalez, member of the council years back, and now works for an institution called Pima Community College. I think he's on the board over there, so we are proud of him. But for us, and I think of our humbleness and how we think, it is right to offer you a cup of coffee or a piece of bread or water. That's how we start. And we must engage and treat each other of all ethnicities. A friend of mine told me one time, sorry what we did to your country. And he was of Italian descent. And I said, sir, it wasn't you. It was the Spanish nation that sent Christopher Columbus here. And he got lost, by the way. And he wound up somewhere else. But that's life. We are still here and alive. We have survived pandemics. We have survived wars. We have survived all kinds of different flus and things that have hurt us as people. Our nation, when you start thinking about over 500,000, and now we're at 22,000 here registered in Arizona, but we were a big, big nation until some of the other people came here with their diseases and things like that, more than wars. But today's a great day, like everybody said. Today's a beautiful day where we all open our mind, our heart, our spirit to welcome all those students and all the ones that have been here before them. My grandfather always told me, you are not standing alone. We stand next to you, even if we're from up there. The spirits will be here. Those ancestors are here every single day, seeing what we do for our people and mankind itself. Our plants, our animals, our rocks, our mountains, they're all sacred to all of us. We must protect them. And with the blessing of our Lord, blessing of our ancestors, we will do that. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I also want to recognize Vice Mayor Ricardo Vital and Valerie Molina, our mayor, but also employee of Tempe Union at Marcos. Valerie Molina. Because she helped I need to recognize Valerie particularly because she did a lot of background work in communicating and help to communicate more efficiently with the right people at the right time through email and phone calls. And so Valerie, thank you so much, because without that, we wouldn't have had this wonderful representation.
Governing Board, President, Vice President, thank you for having this event tonight. It means a lot, like Chairman had said and Vice Chairman, to not only the Guadalupe community, but to the Native children of Tempe Union. You know, I've been in the district for 16 years now, and this is a really monumental moment for us to be recognized, to be able to fly the colors of the nations. We have representation of about 19 tribes in Tempe Union from Arizona, of the 22. But we partner really closely with the ones that we're flying here today. And as a mayor for Guadalupe, we want to thank you for including the town of Guadalupe, who is your partner. And to Mr. Osuna's comment, yes, we want to be included. Guadalupe wants to make sure we're a part of the conversation. And Guadalupe just wants to thank you for continuing to include us. So we have a gift for the district.
Is it bread, coffee, or so we can, which, oh, that's absolutely beautiful.
So,
Oh, my goodness.
and Chairman, this is on behalf of the tribe and the town. It reads, Tempe Union High School District, for your continued support of the students from the town of Guadalupe and the Pascuaki tribe. So we just want to present it to the board.
Thank you, that's absolutely beautiful. Vice Mayor, if you want to say anything, you are welcome to do so as well.
Go ahead.
On behalf of the town, on behalf of the Pascuaki tribe, for allowing our community to have an identity, a seat at the table. And thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Extremely beautiful, thank you. Our next community to be recognized is the Gila River Indian community, and we're honored to have not only our Director of Tribal Education, Mr. Isaac Salcido, but we have the Governor, Governor Stephen Lewis, present as well. So Governor, please join us. And if there's anyone else that I missed from your team, please recognize them.
Skook Hudnik, Shamay Masma, I hope everyone is doing well. I am the governor of the Gila River Indian community, Stephen Earl Lewis, and I'm here, as was said, with our Tribal Education Director, Isaac Salcido. And I really appreciate the heartfelt words from Mr. Osuna, seeing our fellow tribal leaders here. This is historic. This is very significant. Members of the governing board, President Garcia, the leadership here for the Tempe Union High School District, to see the tribal flags flying here. It signifies a very important statement, recognition of sovereign nations that in partnership that the Tempe Union High School District is working with. And I would say this is a sacred relationship in educating our young students, the future, for future generations of leadership of our tribal nations. This is really significant in so many different ways. We're still getting through a pandemic, and I want to also thank the leadership for the Tempe Union High School District for requiring masks that we're all wearing as well. The importance of important public health standards. I appreciate that because the students of the Gila River Indian community, as the governor, I'm duty bound to look at their and responsible for the education of our children, of our students, but also the health and welfare. And I appreciate our students who are coming to Tempe Unified School District. I believe we almost have 30 students here, and all Native Americans. As you know, during this pandemic, the Native American communities were hit the hardest. And, you know, I think it's important that we recognize that. I want to thank the Honor Guard and all of our veterans as well for their sacrifices, the sacrifices of our first responders, of our front-facing essential employees, and as educators and as teachers, you are essential employees, essential in what you do as educators. And I know that you have, in this last 15 months, have been through so much and have given and have sacrificed as educators for the benefit of educating your students. I just want to say that as governor of the Gila River Indian community, I'm so honored to be able just to be here and to recognize the importance of education among our students here. I know that President Garcia as well, I know that we both testified in regards to the Tribal Regalia Act, where now all Native Americans in public schools have the right and the protection to wear their indigenous tribal regalia at graduations. And yes. And so that's important, just as honoring with our nationhood, our sovereign nationhood flags here in the leadership room of Tempe Union High School District is so significant. You know, education, especially now, is critical to Native Americans. You know, we've had, as was said by my fellow tribal leaders, we've gone through genocide, policies of genocide, policies of assimilation, forced assimilation, and hopefully we're at a point now where our students, by these very important symbolic acts, are proud of their identity, of their history and culture and tradition, because to have a strong tie to who they are, their Native American identity, that's so critical to the well-being, as we know, to the well-being of the individual. And it's a precursor and a prerequisite to them being successful in school. And so I want to thank the leadership here. I want to thank the parents as well. The parents being advocates for their students is so important. We all know that. And for the Native education employees here as well within your Tempe High School District, I just want to say that I see this as a true partnership. And for the Gila River Indian community, we will definitely value this and look at ways where we can support Native American education here in the Tempe Union High School District, as well as supporting the education of our students here moving forward. Thank you so much for just allowing me to say a few words, Sapo.
I'd like to invite from the Salt River Pima community, Vice President Ricardo Leonard. And you've got a pretty amazing team as well that I'm sure you're going to want to recognize.
I want to recognize Troy Truax and Amanda White, both our veterans reps through our community. I would be remiss if I did not explain what this maze means to our people. All four tribes, Akchin, Gila River, and Salt River, and Tohono O'odham, look at this maze as something that is sacred to us. Each one of them are told as to how and what this means to the people. From our elders coming back, they told us that the very bottom is the child walking away from the center, moving slowly, moving toward getting older, and then he goes back to the center. The second one is to the right, and it's a young man, a young woman going into workforce, going into school, college, those type of things, and continue to follow that maze and then coming back home. The third one is to the left, and that is the same. College, career, husband, wife, children, all of those things, maybe a young grandparent, but they're all following this line outside and looking in, maybe moving to California, maybe going to different places and being in other areas, but always coming back home. The last one is to the right and straight up. And that's when you're in your 50s and your 60s and 70s. This is when you're giving back to the people. This is when you have that time, as everyone knows that the Indian nations are very, their stories are told per person to the next person to the next person. So this is the time when, as an elder, you go out and you talk to your grandson, talk to your grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and fill them with all the knowledge that you have, that you remember from being alive in the nations. And then finally, as the Creator comes for you, your soul goes to the very, very center again, and your spirit rises up to be with the Creator. So those lines mean something very specific, and they mean something to all the nations, the 4 nations. And it's always something that when you try to have children come up and they ask what they're doing, and then you look to the maze and say, this is where you're at. What are you going to do? The children are also told that they have everyone younger than them and younger than them that are always looking up to them. So it still keeps them within that line as to how are you helping these kids? How are you helping the younger sisters, younger brothers, nephews, nieces? So this is something that we have taught our children and try to fulfill for the best we can. And it just means something a great deal to us. There are many stories that go with that maze. There are many things that I could talk about, but I think I just wanted at this point to show you that maze is not just a maze. It's a life lesson within that, a life cycle. And I wanted to say also that you honor us by even allowing us to fly our flag here. And just to thank you for everyone involved, and that I know that every nation that's here and every nation that has a flag up there, if they were ever asked to come and to support or even to give information, I know they would step up and do these type of things. And it's a great honor to be sitting here with these leaders here. And so I just wanted to say that much, and thank you very much for this time, and I really appreciate being invited. I apologize for my attire. I had a council meeting since 10 o'clock this morning, so it was a rough day anyway, let's put it that way. But I just want to thank the veterans representatives, and because they brought me the information about this actual event, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we invite from the Ak-Chin community, Vice Chairman Emmanuel Vincent, once again, and you will introduce your staff. We've got some honored guests as well. So, Vice Chairman.
Okay, thank you. And again, thank you for the invite. It's definitely an honor to be here, especially with a momentous occasion like this. And me being new to this capacity, you know, I was newly elected in January, so this is going to be one of my first occasions such as this, and I'm very proud to be here to represent my community. Unfortunately, the rest of my council couldn't make it due to other obligations. So just to point out, Chairman Robert McGill, who is the chairman of our community, and myself, Lemuel Vincent, who is the vice chairman. And we also got Councilwoman Lisa Garcia, Councilwoman Dia Carlisle, and Councilman Octavio Machado, who's also completes our board. We're a board of 5. For those that don't really know Auction too well, we are a, like I stated earlier, a farming community. We are 30, 40 miles south from here, and we come into play as far as being recognized in 1961 is when our board was established, through the IRA of 1934. It's a little bit of history. 1912, this President Taft is when he recognized the area of allotted reservation land. So not really getting into all that because I can be here all night and we do have a time. So, and just to reiterate, it is my honor to also to sit here with my relations and my brothers and my sisters in this occasion because to me, it is a step in a positive forward progression of who we are as indigenous and Native people, and before I go on, I want to recognize also my guests here, Dr. Darlene Rayburn Smith, who is the education director for Auction Indian community, and I would like to appreciate her if she'd come up here and just say a few words for her.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting our community. When we were invited, we had a few emails back and forth and made sure that everybody was on board. Again, like others have mentioned, this is a momentous occasion. Thank you for recognizing the indigenous children that continue to flow through our school systems. Thank you for including them and seeing them. Thank you.
And just to give a little bit of history of our tribal flag, which is next to the Salt River. If you ever get a chance, the design on there has 4 entities, which is a lightning bolt, the sun rising, the arrow, and the scales. The design was initiated by 2 members of our tribe. And I probably am glad to say that one of those was my older brother, Sylvester Smith, who actually drew out the design, but the idea came from him as well as our former chairman, Wilbur J. Carlisle, who had a big institute of where we're at today as far as the progress in our community. The 4 entities is the lightning bolts represent the inspiration and the energy to bring ideas to our community to keep moving in that forward motion that where we're at today in order to progress and not only in our farming industry, but also in our enterprises and our economic development, and to take us to that next level where our future leaders can uphold the progression of where we're at today. The sun is a indication of a brighter tomorrow. And in general, as for myself, I use that as an intel to move forward on my path. If things are not going right today, as we all know can happen, you always look for a brighter tomorrow because tomorrow is not ever predicted. So you have to look at that and you have to see that light at the end in order to keep moving forward. Thank you. And the arrow is the indication and a mark of who we are as indigenous and tribal people, Native people, Autumn people, And the scale is the equality for all and justice for how we proceed our membership. We get quality opportunities to do the things that we want to do and to progress. I know at times people can misconstrue that as quality treatment, and we all know that that really is not realistic. So, but we give you the quality opportunity to make something of yourself, quality opportunity to continue on that next level, whatever journey that you're on, and that's what the scale is representing. So in saying that, we are, as a community, as a representative production in the community, we are glad and we are, like I said, honored to be here among you guys and among all the tribal leaders here. And I appreciate Darlene, Dr. Rayburn for coming up here and saying a few words, because education is a vital part of who we are in the community, and it is a most vital part for our children, not only in that aspect, but also for our elders, because they're the ones who paved the way to where we're at here today. And it's only fitting that we honor them in moving in that forward progress of where we want our nations to be, in that positive movement. So, and that's where I see the direction is set for all of us here. And in saying that, thank you again. Tawamni.
Thank you. We're now going to begin with some concluding remarks, and I just have I'm very humbly assembling my thoughts. We think about these moments and try to say what you feel you're going to say at the time when you plan, but after this evening and the words of wisdom and goodness and kindness that comes from each of the representatives, it's overwhelming. The warmth and the blessings that are in this room by each of you is evident, and I can't thank you enough for allowing us to honor you and to honor and recognize not just the tribal flags, but our relationship with each of you and the children that we proudly serve, and we know we have to do a better job. And I just need to say that. We know we have to do a better job, and so you have my commitment and the executive team's continued commitment, our governing board's commitment for that, because a brighter future is when we all work together on behalf of our students. We want what's best for our students, and we don't always come from the same experiences. Life just touches us in a variety of different ways, and sometimes that's not good. But when they come to us, to Tempe Union High School District, after a journey through middle school and elementary school, it's our time to make that difference and to embrace our students so that they have a meaningful, rich experience while they're with us at our schools, that they make friends, that they learn a lot, and that when they leave us, they have a tremendous amount of opportunities to take them and to soar whatever pathway they may choose. But it's our responsibility to give them those opportunities. And so I look forward to partnering with each of you in our work together as we create a solid family and educational foundation for the students, all of our students. But I just want to tell you, I'm just thankful and honored to be the superintendent of Tempe Union High School District, and I'm honored to work with these fine individuals on this board and to work with truly dedicated staff that believe that all our students deserve a quality education, and that we're not foolish enough to realize that we have to do better by all our students. and particularly our Native students. And so I just want to say thank you again. I appreciate your presence. I am honored, I know that, and I know others in this room, my staff, are as well. So thank you again. This is just the beginning.
I apologize in advance if I get emotional. It's been obviously a long time coming. And for me, so for context for everyone, this entire board, we're all products of the district. And so we've grown up in this community and we've all, have advocated for one thing or another. But for me, it's been a very personal journey because as a member of the Pascua-Yaqui tribe, I never got to see someone like me up here. And to see not only our flag, but our fellow sister tribes also be recognized is very monumental. It's not often that we are seen or heard or even advocated for. Oftentimes we have to do it ourselves, and even then we sometimes don't have the energy to do it. Quite frankly, if it wasn't for my own mentors through various programs and organizations, I wouldn't be here. And I am grateful to all of them, and I'm grateful to all of the folks in this room as well. I've had the opportunity to work in either prosecution or defense for Auction, Gila River, Salt River, and over at Legal Services with our own tribe. And it's been a true honor to learn, continue to learn, and bring a lot of that back here to share with everyone and really advocate for all of our students. I am so sorry to Navajo Nation President Nez for not being able to join us. We are here honoring you as well, and the entire Navajo Nation from afar. But I just wanted to, again, thank you all so much for being here. It is an incredible honor for you to allow us to even fly the flags here and recognize you all. And before we finish, we are a little early, but I just wanted to take a moment to finish off with a land acknowledgement that we usually start with our board meetings with, because I think it comes full circle with the recognition and our true dedication that we have committed to. So Tempe Union High School District acknowledges that our community of schools is located on the ancestral lands of the Akna Otam and the Pipash people, who have inhabited these lands since time immemorial. With this land acknowledgement, the district formally recognizes that the traditional care and keeping of these lands by indigenous peoples allow us to be here today. Again, thank you all so much. Pardon for the tears, but I'm very grateful and honored that you can all be here to celebrate this. So thank you so much.
This formally concludes this beautiful ceremony, and we gonna recess?
Yeah, I forgot. I gotta do that part too. At this time, I'll recess our meeting, and we will reconvene at 7:00 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
donations could make it.
Oh, you're good. Just guys get set up for the regular meeting, huh? Oh, you're good. Just trying to get ready for the
real meeting?
well, not the real meeting, but the second meeting. How about that? Warren, how are you? Thank you, guys. Check one. Good. Is that down? Oh, I think you're right. I think I recognize that. You know what? I know. Okay, right. So, yeah, well, you know you are? Just board member took the pro bono to figure out, because everybody comes from different budgets, and everything's tied to different loans. You know, and it's like, okay, so we can hire them from this, but you gotta use the money from this to fund the program, how's this work? Or like you have a grant, so you abide by the grant, which also, you know, there's all these very big things, but I think for us, we should talk about like how.
Yeah, it was wonderful, guys.
I know,
Are they good right here for now?
Yeah.
And then do you want them up later on?
Yeah.
So it looked like garages or.
Yeah, I'm giving you a
I was like, I have never seen it so
Exactly.
Really, really lovely.
Very cool. Yeah, it is. It's a good little.
Oh, it's a phase two, yeah.
And it is.
So like ASU, they brought in the student resource center, when my friend was a grad student, you had to volunteer at the grad student resource center to help other students, you know, with their stuff. So. Yeah. How was that student?
So you just.
Yeah. You
didn't like the glare, so I took
He didn't like the glare. Be able to plan that. You know, you're absolutely right. Yes, absolutely. A little nervous. I can't get along with you? I just watched a TV show for 2 hours.
Yeah.
They had
That's the message.
It is the message.
they had a bunch of those videos of people knocking over trophies and stuff. Where would you like to sit today? Thank you so much. I'm gonna get going.
Oh, even now? Oh, yeah.
There was like so when he started the first speaker, like all of the just really like the native I'm like,
I'm not. I'll tell that to their faces.
I just threw it away.
Right downstairs.
Okay. Diane wanted it. Should I get one of
I wasn't upset with you. I was upset with them. I get the same way. I get upset with the system now because, yeah, thank you. Thank you.
tonight? Does Brian have a copy of it?
All right, board members, we have about 5 minutes until 7 when we begin our regular meeting. Until 7 when we begin our regular meeting.
I saw that, Mary. You want one? I have
He does this like emergency texting. Oh, maybe not texting. It's cold.
Dr. Wilson, can you come with me for 2 seconds? I need you.
You need
To help me? Yes, I do. Hi, beautiful ladies.
Not 3 minutes.
I'm sorry.
Hey, you have 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Come on. All right. I can get my boss. Oh. Oh.
Sean, it's freezing. Sorry, my God.
No, change that.
Good evening. Tempe Union continues to maintain social distancing for the safety of our community. The open meeting law permits a public body to hold a remote meeting through technological means and implement procedures designed to safeguard the public's access to the meeting. We're streaming this meeting live on the district's YouTube channel. The time is now 7 p.m. and I reconvene this meeting. Welcome, everyone. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence for Suicide Prevention Month, for our 9/11 families, and to those that we've lost to the pandemic, followed by land acknowledgement. And the Pledge of Allegiance will be done by Sarah James, and land acknowledgement by Kim Hilgers.
I pledge allegiance
Thank you.
and Peepash peoples who have inhabited these lands since time immemorial. With this land acknowledgement, the district formally recognizes that the traditional care and keeping of these lands by Indigenous peoples allow us to be here today.
Thank you so much, Kim Hilgers. Next, we'll have the report from the Superintendent, Dr. Mendeville.
Thank you, President Garcia, Vice President Barraza, members of the board, executive team, those within our audience, and those viewing and listening at home. I'm going to pass the first item for Marcos Deniza update, the fire that happened 3-4 weeks ago now, to Mr. McDonald, since he has more accurate information at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Mendeville. With the support of the trust and the air quality and the restoration companies, they're doing some incredible work. So briefly, because I could, someone would say I could geek out in this area. We have 19 classrooms basically that are impacted by this. What's going on is we started with the isolation of these 19 classrooms so they could get back into the 100 building, and we choked out the air quality. And that building now has medical grade air going through the building, and it's wonderful. As those are continued, the restoration company goes through to what is salvageable and not salvageable. And those things that are salvageable have a photo tagging system. So they take thousands of pictures of each room so they can make sure that those rooms go back the same way they left them prior to the fire. From there, they clean every piece, they wrap it and store it, and then of course they go into the rest of the classrooms and start touching every surface. So all the walls, wherever there was water damage, those walls will be cut out and repaired. All ceiling tiles will be done, all carpet, every painted surface will be redone. This process will take approximately 120 days, and we'll get those 19 classrooms back around the 1st of December. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. The next item is the Council of Urban Boards of Education Conference. I'm fortunate enough to attend this conference with Board Member Hodge, and I will be leaving tomorrow morning for Atlanta, Georgia. The Council of Urban Boards of Education is in tandem with the National School Boards Association. And as we all know, it's a federation of state associations that represent locally elected school board members, serving 51 million public school students, regardless of their disability, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, or citizenship. One of the goals for NSBA, but also for CUBE, is that we work through our state association members to advocate for equity and excellence in public education through school board leadership. So we are attending the conference that will be Thursday, Friday, Saturday on, for the Council of Urban Boards of Education. Some fascinating topics, many of which are initiatives that we are embarking in our own district and in the community. So we will be anxious to present a report when we get back for the meeting in October. And lastly, as I mentioned in a goal that was approved of mine last year was to begin a superintendent council, a family parent council to the superintendent. And we worked with acronyms, and so I finally landed on the Family Advisory Council to the Superintendent, FACS. And so that is live right now on the web, on our website. So it's access, and what we've got a process with that. I'm excited about that. But the purpose of the Family Advisory Council is to provide to me information and advice and to our district leaders on ways our schools and the school district can provide a welcoming environment to all families, develop strong homeschool partnerships, and promote the active participation of parents and families for the achievement and well-being of all students. So it's the first time the district has embarked on a family representative body, but I'm anxious because I think our focus and our mission will be about our students, and that's the way it should be. So I will share more once we get names submitted, but it's on the district's website on the front page, and we'll be seeking out candidates from all 6 of our schools. So I'm excited to get that going. That concludes my report, President Garcia.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Mendeville. Next, we have a presentation regarding Boys to Men. Dr. Mendeville.
So I'm going to call up Mr. Murphy, yes, to the podium. Steve, thank you for being here. In a previous board, just to give some background and history, listen to the Boys to Men cause and message, and we have new board members, and with new board members and has changed, even in our leadership here at the district, sometimes it's good to revisit information, and that's why we're happy to have you here and to provide to us more information around what Boys to Men is all about, maybe some background information, and then some thoughts about that. But we'll also open, we're not approving this tonight, but this is just a presentation, and the board members will have questions for you, so we just look forward to your information.
Thank you, Dr. Mendeville, and members of the governing board. I also want to introduce Aiden Odom. He's Corona High School. He's been with us for about 1.5 years in our program. And his grandmother, then obviously Brian Bannock, who is the assistant principal at Mountain Point High School. So what I want to do is just run through a couple of quick slides, give you a little bit of an overview, go specifically about what we do and how we do it. And then kind of the 4 of us will then open it up for you guys to submit any questions that you're curious about. So you can see up on the presentation that we're not counselors or tutors, but the work we do see the boys see their behaviors change, their behaviors improve, as well as their grades improve. But it's important to note that that's not what we focus on. So the next slide, or next part of that. So we serve all boys 12 to 18. Our primary, the boys that we work with, you can see are 75% fatherless. That's the biggest spectrum that we run into. We don't choose the boys, the schools pick the boys. We just basically say, hey, who are the boys that with a little bit of help you think could really kind of get over the hump? So that's just the numbers up there is kind of where we've been over the last year before COVID. And then the information below is from Kyrene. We start in 7th grade. We do 7th grade mentoring, then we do 8th grade mentoring, and then we follow them into high school. So prior to COVID, the boys we worked with at Mountain Point, we'd been with for 2 years at Centennial Middle School prior. We also work at Kyrene Middle School, and we're looking forward to following those boys into Marcos Deniza. But you can see that within the first semester, we'll see a shift in the behavior, and that's what the data that's up there. The classroom disruptions go down. Office referrals, those are the more serious issues that they get sent to the office. But then the next thing is the days of suspension, off campus and on campus, down 72%. So even if there's more egregious things going on, they're not, the suspension or the punishment is much less based on what the boys are doing. And then usually in the second semester, the second school year, we'll see the grades start to move up. Our logic is we get them calmed down in their, keep them in their seats, and then they can focus a little more on what's important and from an academic standpoint. Next slide. Quick overview, this program started in '96. There's 14 centers around the United States. We got started in 2015. Started out with a rite of passage weekend and adventure groups, which is just men and boys meet in the park to have fun. Those were powerful, but not sustainable. So next slide. So this is where the program evolved, where now we go to where the boys are, which is schools. So it's a school-based program where we actually ask the parents, the schools, the boys to commit to one class period during the school day, not after school, not at lunch, because that doesn't work. They don't stick around. So it's just like going to the gym. You get that 1 hour a week every week, and you build on it week over week. So we send 3 trained men in to work with up to 12 boys in the high school environment. We do a combined freshman, sophomore, and then there's a potential we could do a junior, senior. We would kind of break the groups up based on the need with the boys. When COVID hit, we shifted to virtual online, which is how Aiden wasn't in one of our schools, so we couldn't serve him before COVID. So now that we've got a virtual program, we have boys from all over Maricopa County that now are in a Tuesday virtual mentoring group every Tuesday. And Aiden's been with us for 1.5 years, and just now went in, he's a freshman out at Corona. And then the other thing we started during COVID was a family group. These things are kind of not really related, but they are. They're things we leverage, but they're not things that would directly impact Tempe Union. So the family group is, we know we have to integrate the family, so we take the single moms and sons and we do group mentoring together. The moms and the boys, they get that peer support. The moms show up with the attitude, I'm here for my son, but then once they realize, hey, there's other moms that are going through the same thing I am, the support is phenomenal. So that group has been running since September. So there will be some of the boys, when we find the need, that we will invite the boy and his mother to join the family group, or we will start additional family groups. Next slide. All right, so here's school-based mentoring. This is what we're here to talk about today, where we send 3 trained men in to work with 12 boys for the same, the target right now is Tuesday at 10:40 at Mountain Point during the ACT Lab period, and we'll the same men, same boys working together. We do what we call men's work. I'll go into a little bit more toward the bottom. So this is what we do. We model accountability, we accept, we listen, we encourage. We're not there to fix them. We're not there to rescue them. We're not there to project our values on them. We're just there to basically have their back. We use a process that combines group mentoring with motivational interviewing. If you're familiar with motivational interviewing, it's just a lot of open-ended questions. We come at them from the standpoint, there's nothing wrong with you, you're not broken. Let's talk about the stories, the choices, and the attitude. And what is that consistent with the man you want to be? So we just ask them a lot of questions. Hey, I did this, it's really stupid, wasn't it? Hey, you got an outcome. You decided, was that the outcome you wanted? Is that consistent with the man you want to be? So it's a safe place where the boys get the opportunity to really connect and speak truth without being judged. So the one thing, there's 2 things when we ask the boys, why do you come back every week? And the first one is probably more obvious, and that is that, man, you guys are just like me. I'm not alone. You guys are going through the same things, the same hard stuff that I'm going through. And the second one is, I don't have this anywhere in my life. I don't have a safe place where I can go and get real without being judged. And since we ask the boys about the 3rd week, who's got your back? And surprisingly, about 70% of the boys say nobody. When you really need somebody to talk to, where do you go? Most of them don't have anybody. They have a dog, they have, their mom. That's kind of the default answer is mom. But when it really comes down to it, you're really going to get serious and talk about stuff that you're really scared about, who you talk to. So we always try to do a teaching piece. So the next one, I'm going to leave this with you guys. This is one of the processes we use. Boys get into this chaos of their life. All this stuff's going on. So we follow this process. We get them grounded. What happened? Specifically the details, not all the story. What happened? How did it impact you? What is it that you're going to take away from it? And once they kind of process that, okay, cool. So the last one is now what? It's from here, now that you know what happened and how it impacted you, where do you go from here? What are you going to do the next time that kid steps in your face and you want to get in a fight? So I just wanted to kind of show you that one process. So I'd like to open it up. maybe give Aiden a chance to talk about kind of what he's gotten out of the program, and then any other questions you guys might have.
Yeah,
Is that good?
that would be fine if Aiden wants
Aiden?
to.
He's been with us for about 1.5 years and has just been one of our stars.
Aiden, what's your last name?
Odom. O-D-O-M.
Odom, okay. Very good. Welcome.
Like Steve said, I have been a part of the group for about 1.5 years. I am part of the 75% that unfortunately does not have a father, and I am primarily raised by my grandmother. And before the group, it was a lot of chaos because there was stuff I figured out by myself, and I would have to teach myself, teach myself, and directly work on it. And there was things that my grandma could teach, but there was also some things that neither of us knew how to deal with. And when we did get into the group for the first time for virtual, it was extremely nerve-wracking because I didn't know anyone there. I didn't know what was going to go on. And I had very, very bad trust issues with everyone. Getting to the group now, it's like I wake up and I look forward to get to the group, and it's annoying when I don't get to go because it's something that I've learned, even if they're not trying to teach me anything today, even if we're just doing joke day that causes me so much pain, but it's jokes. It's at the end of the day, there's always something that I find that can teach me, even if it's the slightest thing of, hey, as he says it, tear up your cool man guard, hang out. You don't need to be as tense. You don't need to be as serious as every little thing we do. And those life lessons have extremely impacted me through not only school, but outside as my job or my karate or wrestling or anything that I do outside the Boys to Men or life in general. And those things have always been.
Thank you, dude.
Thank you.
Well done, well done.
Well done.
We actually started with Tempe Union with the prior superintendent. He said, I want the program in the high schools. And he said, well, we got to start in the middle schools and work up. To just walk on campus and start with a bunch of freshmen doesn't work. So the semester before COVID was our first semester at Mountain Point. And we had about half the boys in the group were boys we've been working with for 2 years. So that kind of got the group going. So we only had one half semester before COVID shut everything down. We weren't able to pull data from the school because we were just starting to get started. So that's kind of where we are now. That's why I asked kind of Brian Bannicky and I are working to try to get this thing back on the ground again and get it restarted this semester. So any other questions for us or for them?
We'll open it up to questions.
All right, board members. Member Hodge.
Well, thank you, Steve. I'm one of the original board members who you talked to and presented to before. I followed it in Kyrene and before, the 1 year when we were before COVID. And I've seen a positive effect of it. I've talked to some of the students and they all had great things to say about it. And because I was kind of worried in the beginning. I was worried that, with it being more kids of color, how would they feel about that? Especially if the people that were connected and wasn't people of color. And I can contest to say that it's a successful venture because these kids it's not about color. They need the connection that they have. It works for them. They feel as if they have someone who understands what they went through and can relate to it. So I just want to say I'm one of the board members that supported it, and I will support it again. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Hodges. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Member Hodge.
Yeah, we've been in Kyrene for 4 years. That's how we've been started, and we're continuing to work with them.
Okay, thank you. I'm curious about how you choose the volunteers, what the process is, and to Board Member Hodges' comment, what does the diversity among the men that you recruit, what does that look like? And do you actively seek a variety of people to be mentors?
Thank you, good question. We want the diversity of the mentors to match the boys. As of right now, it does not. We're probably 30% men of color, and we're probably 85% boys of color. So we're still working on that. It might surprise you guys, but men out of the box aren't good mentors because we want to fix. We turn away a lot of men that come in and say, "Oh, I got a story to tell, and I'm going to teach them. I'm, whap them upside," and that's not. We're looking for people that have the right personality, the right awareness, that can sit and listen and hold space and really, we challenge the men at the door when we go into the classroom. The adult stays outside. You walk in as a curious 16-year-old. Because we're not going in as the adult. We're going in as just a man sitting with other men, sitting with young boys. So we're working aggressively with different community organizations that are of color, trying to get them to help see what we're doing and to volunteer with us, but we have some work to do. The goal is by the time we get started at Mountain Point that there'll be unfortunately two older white men over 50, and then a 30-year-old African-American man. That's our target right now.
So how are you vetting them? What is your process to
But we do
have them
a
qualify?
pretty intense training. Right now it's virtual. It used to be a 2-day in-person training. We do a lot of virtual training, but a lot of the training is on the job. It's being in the group and interacting with the boys. But it's obviously they had to go through the fingerprint card back in addition to the state one, and it really comes down to is the man the right fit as far as his disposition and his ability to kind of be in that space and really add to the boys. Does that answer your question?
Kind of. I'm wondering, what an application process, what kind of questions are you asking them? What are the qualifications you're looking for? I mean, how do you define a man? Like, what is the...
We have 4 agreements. We talk to the boys. We don't have rules. We have agreements because men make agreements with each other and they keep their agreements. And as soon as we say that, the boys shake their head. No, they don't. So we say, you're right. Men mess up, but men are accountable, and we're going to try to get back in integrity with each other. So we don't, we're not teaching them men stuff. We're talking about accountability. We're talking about respect. We're talking about speaking your truth, really understanding who you are. So the qualification for the men really is that a lot of them grew up without dads. A lot of them grew up without men, so they get how important it is to have somebody in their life when they're 13. So after 3 or 4 interviews, conversations, then we'll go through the background check, and then we'll run them through a training. We'll do a training, we'll put them in a classroom, we'll bring them out, do a training again. At the end of each classroom period, we sit down and we do a debrief. What worked, what didn't work? Hey, did you notice this? Did you notice that? When the boy was talking about something, you got hooked and tried to talk him out of it, rather than just accepting it and asking questions. One of the things that we default to advice. We default to coaching and teaching, which is what most mentoring organizations are, but that's not, we're more on the social emotional side than the educational or career or counseling side. That still answer your question? Maybe.
Oh.
It's a process. It's not really
Right.
a check the box. It's a process to be sure that the men have the right personality, they have the right self-awareness, they've kind of done that. They're not walking in with a lot of anger and rage in their own life, because that doesn't work. So we're looking for men that can really create that space for the boys, and that the boys can connect with them, especially when the men share their story of how their life was. Even the guy that grew up with 2 parents, there's always something that each man brings that those boys will connect with.
Okay, and then do you, when you're screening these volunteers, are you inquiring about, any bias they may hold? Like, are they going to be accepting if one of the boys comes in and is in the LGBTQ community and wants that support? Are you advocating for that? Men come in
Yes,
in all different forms.
Thank you, very good question. Absolutely. It's all boys are welcome. We have people that come in with all kinds of different beliefs and attitudes, and it's like, from religious to political, and it's like, that's not what we're here to do. So, it's definitely the issue around their unconscious bias. There's a lot of questions about that, both in race and gender, to be sure that these men aren't coming in with an edge that the boys will catch. The boys don't miss that at all. So that is something that we do focus a lot on in the early interview stages, long before we put them through training. Thank you.
All right, Vice President Barraza.
Thank you for your presentation, both of you, for sharing your experiences and about the program itself. I think board member, really well, I guess, okay, so first, I guess I just want to know, really, if I'm a student, how do I get in touch with your program? And let's say maybe I'm dealing with, I mean, like I was that student that was always disciplined. I was not in, I was always having trouble. I always went outside the box. And so mentorship would be a great tool for me. How does that fit? How does a student like me get into your program? And because you said it's all about the school recommending. So I'm just kind of wondering, are these hand-picked students, or can I say I would like to explore your program? Like how does that work, more or less?
Very good question. It's the schools know the boys better than we do, the counselors, the teachers, so we kind of rely on them to select who's the right boys are. We really don't specify any criteria. As I said, it's just who are the boys you know that with a little bit of help can get over the hump. So we do have a lot. Our virtual group was built off our website. I get single moms coming through our website probably 3 a week. Please help me. I need help, please. I got nobody. I don't, Big Brothers Big Sisters doesn't take teenagers. Please help me. So that's where we started our virtual group, where any boy around Maricopa County can sit in that group. So, but specifically with the schools, we've got, in fact, I just sent the name to Brian. We had a mother that came through our website that said, I want to get my son involved, and he just happened to be at Mountain Point. So it's like, okay, great. So it really is the school's decision. Now we will, if we get a boy that's just wants to fight, we'll invest a lot of time and effort into them, but they have to want to be there. This is voluntary. This is not punishment. This is not, in-school suspension. We ask the boys to come 6 times. At the end of that 6, if it's not for you, bless and release, man. We're good. Come back anytime. See ya. So it really has to be that they want to be there. And I'll tell you, the first 2 visits, nobody wants to be there. But after a while, they start hearing the other guy's stories. After a while, they start going, oh, okay, this is kind of cool. I've never seen this before. I've never heard men talk the real truth before. Wow, this is cool. So usually after 6, very few of them leave. But if we gave them the opportunity to walk out the door the first 2 weeks, probably half of them would leave. We kind of joke, dudes are going to sit around in the circle and talk about their feelings. That's weird. So let's see where we are in 6 weeks. Let's see where we are in 8 weeks. Let's see where we are in 10 weeks. We'll go out on the field and we'll play. It's not just all hard work. We do a lot of play and learning activities in the classroom with the boys to break up the cycle, to break up the energy. But it definitely is a process, and the mentors have to work at it. The one thing that's gratifying for us, we're only 3 weeks on campus at Kyrene, and it's amazing when we have teachers stopping us in a hallway. Oh, thank you. We're so glad you're back on campus. We're so glad you guys are back. Thank you for all you do. Because they remember, when you looked at that data, the kid that was always yelling them and disrupting their class all of a sudden started coming in on time, wasn't late, sat down with a pencil, and he was ready to go when the bell rang. So it's like, oh, wow, we really appreciate what you guys do. I don't know if that answered your question.
Yeah, yes. Also, you mentioned that you guys start middle school, right? That's part of the program. I just kind of, one thought that came to mind is, maybe my issues didn't start until high school, or maybe it's not until then that people started noticing the issues, or where does, or example, actually, let's say maybe I'm a student that is fighting a lot, and maybe, one thing that I'm struggling with is understanding myself and my sexuality. Usually, I don't know if we have the ability to catch that at junior high in that fighting aspect, and so if the program is to be helpful, that's where I'm like, where do they fit in? A student like that, if it were me fighting a lot and not showing up to class, And maybe I don't want to talk about myself, you know, and what I'm struggling with in that respect. Do I fit in if I'm trying to figure out my identity? Is there room for me in that program?
Absolutely. The question that you asked is, how do we find you? And that does fall back on the school. They have to know those relationships. We don't know the boys. We meet the boys for the first time when they walk into the first day of the group. You'd be surprised what comes up in 7th and 8th grade conversations around gender and sexual orientation. The one advantage that it gives us starting in 7th and 8th grade is by the time they get to their freshman year, they've cracked open a little bit. They understand being vulnerable. They understand speaking their truth. Some of the times we get the freshmen and the sophomores walk in, they're so armored up that it takes a lot of work to get them safe, to feel that they can trust the other boys. I'm not going to be honest. You know, I compete with you guys. They're not my friends. But when we bring them from 7th grade into freshman year, we get half the boys, unfortunately we don't have it now because of COVID, we get half the boys that have been sitting in a circle for 2 years. You know, we hit the ground running. The boys that come in blend right in because they're going, wow, these guys are cool. These boys are comfortable with these men. These boys are comfortable telling their truth. So I will too. We got to work it out for us this semester, as you guys do. I mean, the schools are having a hard time. I hear horror stories from the high schools and the middle schools about the tensions on campus, and you know, the kids forgot how to be in community. And so that's kind of what we're trying to build, is to build a community of boys and men. So we start with the men. We get them for an hour a week. They get each other for the rest of the day and the rest of the week. So eventually it builds peer support, peer mentoring. These boys have each other's backs for the rest of the week and for years to come. And it's amazing when some kid will go, hey, I'm having a really rough day. And one of their buddies will walk up to him and go, hey, man, you look sad. What's going on? Just because they built that trust in the group. You know, we kind of use the term that they have a pact. They stick together on campus even after they walk out of the group.
Okay, and where do we go? What's a 5-year plan? Once they graduate, like what's the goal for the program? Is it lifelong mentorship? Is it try to get them into the next step in a career, or what's?
That's outside our realm. We work with boys 12 to 18, and we really work to empower them. I mean, I think Aiden can probably tell you that he's gotten a lot of good experience. He's connected with other men. One of the things in Aiden's case, hope you're okay with me saying this, he connected with one of our African-American mentors. They went to Big Brothers Big Sisters and became a matched pair. We don't do one-on-one. We only do group. So that was kind of spawned another relationship that will support him. But we don't get into career, we don't get into teaching. And again, sometimes that's one of the challenges we have with men. You know, I want to teach them something. They got to look me in the eye, shake my hand, and it's like, we don't do that. There's a lot of other organizations out there that do that. Our goal, to your question, San Diego, which is where this program started in '96, most of the mentors in the schools are boys that came up, they're in their mid-20s and 30s, and they came up to the program, and now they're back working there as the mentors in the schools. That's our goal.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the information and presentation.
Thank you, Vice President Barraza. Member Montero.
First of all, thank you both for the presentation and for the information on this program. I just wanted to follow up on Board Member James's point. I know you mentioned, in that process of finding volunteers, the training that you give those volunteers. Could you just give some more explanation of what that training entails? I think specifically, like you mentioned the social emotional wellness part, and I think a lot of even the data that you have here on the first slide, as well as some of the behavior that you talk about, I think can a lot of the times stem from past trauma outside of school, et cetera. And so what are you doing specifically to kind of address that in that training?
So that's one of the pieces that we use, that what now, what, so what. We do a lot of work that's both workshop, where we'll introduce motivational interviewing, and then we actually pair off in groups and actually do open-ended questions. And men work together to partner with each other. One man experiences the boy and makes the other guy work hard. And then so that there's really hands-on work. That we've got guys that have been mentoring with us forever, and then we bring them back into a training. They're going, wow, I thought I knew what I was doing. But you're right, this fundamental 90% of what we say should have a question mark at the end of it. So that's really what that training is. Active listening, motivational interviewing, some processes like the what, so, what, now, what. There's a couple different processes. You know, there's a process called ACT, acknowledge, correct, thank. You know, wow, that was really hard. I know that that's hard for you, and then you correct, you know, you maybe want to try this. And I really appreciate you being courageous enough to step in and talk about this. So there's a lot of different tools and processes that we provide the mentors. They don't always use them in the group, but it's all part of that opening up and being more self-aware and being able to listen rather than talk. Listen first and talk second.
Perfect, thank you. The other question I had, again, going back to, you know, you mentioned that you were on more of the social emotional side of things, and I think, you know, we all know that a big part of that is the stigma that is associated with mental health, and I think, unfortunately, a big part of that is when we think of men, right, we think of, you know, it's a weakness to show emotions or to cry or to whatever that might be. So how do you, you know, navigate that through these discussions?
Every group, we do a check-in and a check-out, and we challenge the boys about checking in with emotion. What are you feeling? And I'll guarantee you guys know what they say, bored, hungry, and tired. Those aren't emotions. Mad, sad. So we really, and they roll their eyes, this is stupid. And we talk to them about, no, there's a lot of men, you know, there's prisons full of men that don't understand anger. They don't understand how to manage what's going on in their body. We're not there to teach them, we're just there to help them understand. You know, a lot of times they say, well, I'm angry. And if you start asking a lot of questions, they go, oh, I'm not angry, I'm scared. Oh. So that's probably the slowest part for the boys to really grasp, because you're right, there is the stigma, especially culturally, that no, it's about being tough. You know, if I'm showing emotion, if I'm connecting with my emotions, then I'm weak or I'm less than. And that's one of the reasons when the men show up and talk about their story, and the men get emotional, the men talk about their anger, the men talk about their fear when they were 12. It really helps the boys understand, oh yeah, I feel that too. So it's a slow process, but that is something every group we're in, we start and end with checking in with feelings.
Thank you.
Member Hodge.
Okay, I just had two quick questions. One question is that every student that identifies as male may not consider in society men. So if we do get a student in one of our high schools who would like to be a part of it, because they probably get more stigma and they probably get more disapproval from home, because if they had a father, sometimes I hear a lot of, they don't get the treatment or training because society doesn't want to see them as males. So if we do have a student in our district, will that be something that you're equipped to handle a student that identifies as male?
Thank you. That's a good correction, because we work with all boys 12 to 18 that identify as male.
Okay.
Everybody is welcome.
Okay,
that
makes me feel better just to hear that, because
I will share with you, we've had mentors in the middle schools that have been terrified to tell the boys that they're gay, and they don't want to say it because the men are worried they're going to be judged. And when the men finally come out and be honest with it, the boys go, yeah, that's cool, no big deal. If you're a good guy, then you're okay.
Okay. Well, that's something that that always concerns me, because I'm on a board of Mulligan's Manor, and they have that problem associating people, disenfranchise them because they associate as one gender or another. So I just want to make sure that we do clear that up. And second, if we do see a student in one of our situations that need more counseling, like social emotional, do you work with the counselors and back with the schools? So if, not so much to tell their story, but to flag them as something we may not see in our classrooms, that if they need more intense training or we need to help in more of in a higher level, do we get that information back to our schools?
Absolutely. As mandatory reporters, we tell the boys all the time, your safety is the most important to us. We're always going to be sure you're safe. And we've had boys be upset when we take them to the office because, you know what, we got to tell somebody. The big issue with us, though, in the group is confidentiality.
Yes.
We tell, because that's the only way it works. That's the only way there's trust. You can talk about what you said, but you can't talk about what anybody else said.
I get that.
And we're not going to go tell your mom, we're not going to tell the teacher, we're not going to tell your probation officer. What's said here stays here.
Yeah.
Unless it's a safety issue.
Yes,
And the boys know that. We go over that with the agreements every time.
Okay.
If you're at risk or if somebody's at risk, we're going to be sure that you get taken care of. And we'll rely on the school. That's where the partnership's important. Because that's not, we're not counselors. We don't want to be counselors. We don't go there.
Yeah.
So that's where we'll definitely get the school involved and partner with whatever the resources are.
Yeah, that's extremely important. And looking at our officer right here, a second part is, do you, because a lot of kids of color, they don't have a lot of interaction with officers unless it's negative. So do you have times that you have, like, officers come in and maybe give a presentation or something? Because that really, it concerns me because my son went, and I'm his mom, and he never had any interaction with officers unless it was his SRO. What I want to make sure is when we have kids, especially kids of color who don't have fathers in their home, we need them to understand how to interact with different parts of society, and one of it is police. That's a major part. So is there anything that is there any way that maybe you can bring that in so these kids can actually speak to police officers that's not their SROs? Because a lot of it, SROs, they see them separate from police. They see their SROs over here and they see police over there. I just want to know if there's any connections like that they can, like firemen, police, people that they interact with that they don't know how to interact with is what I'm trying to say.
We haven't done a lot of that. There's a Boys to Men Center in Tucson where a lot of the SROs sit in the circles with the boys. Mm-hmm. We struggle with that because the SROs always have that authority. I can't talk about things that are questionable because he's a man of the court. He's an officer of the law. We have had principals that, they come to the door and they go from, in the case that we had a school up in north, they go from Mr. Matt to Matt. Mm-hmm. He takes his radio off, drops his keys, and he transitions through the doorway from the principal to just a dude. And it's been very effective there, so I don't see why we can't do it.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend the SROs because they already know. It's most of the kids, they either know them, they see them. I want them to feel comfortable with other officers that are not their SROs. So I'm not saying they have to communicate with them, but I think that they need to have presentations and maybe talk to them. So I don't know how to put this right, but sure. I have 2 African-American sons, and I was a single mom. So I want as much guidance for kids of color who don't get that, because most of them, kids of color, they come from lower income, and the only time they do see the police is most time to arrest somebody that they know. I don't want that to be the only contact, or their SRO, which they think is part of the school. I want them to be able to have that, that interaction. And I know that this program would be great because it's a place they feel safe. It's a safe zone for them. And I'm just asking, can that be something you consider?
Thank you. We haven't done it before, but I agree with you. It is a good idea to do that interaction.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. So first of all, thank you for taking the time to come on a Wednesday night to present to us. And also, thanks, Aiden, for sharing your story. You remind me a lot of my brother. I talk to him a lot, and we kind of have a really close relationship. So it sounds like you have had a nice impact. And generally speaking, it sounds like you've had been able to connect and have built some level of relationship and community that allows them to feel open enough to trust you all. So I recognize that positive impact that you've had on them. My questions are more technical because I'm very much geared towards making sure any program that interacts with our students is really has kind of the information that helps us kind of formulate and make sure that we're all on the same page. So one of our jobs in being on the board is obviously researching and making sure we are fully informed and able to understand kind of the different pieces that we don't see in the presentation. So I wanted to kind of I went to go visit the site and kind of wanted to get a better understanding of what this looks like, in terms of the information that kind of that drives the organization. And so one of the things that really brought me in were a lot of the stats and the data. And that was concerning to me because a lot of the data is pretty outdated, and a lot of the sites that it leads to isn't specific and is kind of just general. And aside from that, looking at one of the articles that it cites to, I really wanted to just kind of understand a little further. In the story that, and I think the link is a different headline or an article name than the one that it goes to, but it's the same story, I think, that was trying to convey. And the main pieces that it kind of talked about were not identifying potential ADHD challenges that might lead to disruption, et cetera, kind of any trauma or untreated diagnoses, dropouts and the relationship to what dropout looks like for different groups of students, and then also just kind of the reflective curriculum that I think, where was it? There was one of them in particular that really stood out to me. Oh yes, so there was, and this is directly from the article that's on the site, that's quoted to the site. Last semester, when his English teacher assigned 2 of the girls' favorites books, went into saying that has a math teacher he likes and is excited about numbers and is reserved in class sometimes, but now he's more engaged. His grades are improving slightly, and his mother, who's pushing for college, is hopeful he will begin to hit his stride. And this related more back to that the fact that they were able to see someone that that were reflected in when it comes to that curriculum, right? And I think that's a question for us in terms of what our curriculum is it reflecting all of our students? And that. And looking further into kind of the overarching pieces to it, it was also concerning to see some of the numbers, especially when it came out to dropout prevention.
I want to clarify that you are on boys2menphoenix.org, because some of the things you're referring to is not heavily detailed on boys2menphoenix.org. That's our organization.
Yeah, no, it's
okay.
Yeah. No, it's the same one. And so one of the things too that it goes to with respect to dropout prevention that didn't really correlate to our own data that we have here, which I wanted to make sure that we kind of had that reflection and looking to what this looks like. And just for context, and this is all from that we report out to the Department of Ed, most of our dropout goes to 61% is ELL, 68% is special ed, 80% is homeless, and the rest, with the exception of Pacific Islander 76, the rest are 80 and above. And generally speaking, I think we're at about an 89. And so the reason I mention all of this is because I'm concerned with the data and the information that is driving the organization with respect to Boys to Men Phoenix, and kind of looking at how is the organization training and preparing their volunteers that go into our schools and interact with our students to understand the different elements and training that our own teachers go through when it comes to social emotional wellness, that it comes to ACEs, the adverse childhood experiences, that a lot of this is rooted in. But ultimately, generally speaking, what the district is always looking forward to is building those relationships and connections to make sure that obviously there's something that we can continue to build on. And so I guess coming full circle, how do you, utilize this information to drive at least the Phoenix chapter or network to serve students here? Because it doesn't feel like there's a correlation with some of the data and what we do, but I get the relationship piece and the impact. But I just want to make sure that what we're doing is truly reflective of all that, plus coupling and layering with the initiatives that are already happening with Tempe Union.
So a lot of that data is really to try to describe the story of what some in social emotional world calls the boy crisis. You know, where it's just that in so many categories, in so many places, in so many areas, boys are falling behind. Graduation rates, you know, incarceration, drug addiction, they're growing in the wrong places. So a lot of the data that's on the website is, I think, just to kind of drive the critical nature of the work, more so than be kind of the curriculum base of what we do. When COVID hit, one of the things that's an advantage with the 14 centers around the United States is best practice. There's a lot of shared knowledge about what's working, what's not working. We just got, and we will start it this year, the Office of Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention, which is part of the DOJ, funded an organization that wrote a before and after survey specifically for group mentoring, specifically for boys to men, that measures 10 social emotional factors. So the boys can do it on their smartphones with you know, just sitting in the room before and after. So that'll kind of help us. We won't know till the end of the semester, but that will kind of help kind of get a measurement of where they are. That also is data that we'll upload into Boys to Men USA, which so we have more national data. But you know, we're going to follow the boys. We're not there to lead. We're not there to diagnose. We're not there to counsel or to fix. You know, we have teachers come up to us and go, oh, let me tell you, you know, all the problems with this kid. And it's like, nope, it's just a kid to us. You know, we're just going to sit and we're going to do, and we're going to have talk and hold space and find out what's really going on beyond the report and all the folders. And so they get the chance to really be who they are rather than who they may feel like they've been labeled to be. So I don't know if that's the right answer for you, but that really is, it really is about showing up for the boy. And the volunteers get a lot out of it as a side note, but the main issue is to really show up for the boy, because as we know, as being in education, the ones that need the most help ask for it in the hardest ways. And we don't judge it. We just try to hold space for them and, you know, say, hey, man, you're okay. Come back next week. So I'm not sure if that is the proper answer, but that's kind of where I am with kind of what your question was.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate you explaining further, because you know, as you get more data, that helps kind of illustrate it, because like I said, I understand kind of the impact that you have currently, but when we're referencing kind of all this data that dates back, some of it to the 80s, it just feels like is this aligned with what these best practices are? And that gives me pause, because there's been so much advancement. I mean, we're in 2021, so there's a lot more information that we know of to that point. And so, but yes, partially, and I appreciate that. The other piece too, you talked about confidentiality and mandatory reporting. That's obviously very critical. And one of our board members briefly talked about how you know, balancing things that they disclose that might be kind of a means or reason to, you know, raise with someone else that's not part of the group. And I understand the trust and the confidentiality piece. But at what point does it rise to the level that doesn't meet a mandatory reporting aspect, that you would have to go do that, but still raises significant concern that clearly this is not your job to do, and this is not what you would be there for, but is what a trained social worker and a trained, you know, counselor go to. So what do you see as a potential referral process or anything to that degree? Because as you mentioned, we don't want to lose the students. We don't want to have them fall through the cracks. But if they're sharing and there's still a continuing issue, but doesn't rise to the level of mandatory reporting, how do we bridge that gap to make sure that we don't violate their trust, we're maintaining their confidentiality, but we still need to get them the help that they need?
Right. So if the boy brings up something that may be questionable, but not, you know, a crisis mandatory reporting issue, we will either in the group right then or at the end of the group. That's one of the reasons why we have 3 mentors. They're kind of pull boys aside as the group's winding down. And we'll ask, you know, who you been talking to about this? Who else knows about, you know, who else have you talked to? And obviously we're hoping that there's somebody on campus, the counselor or somebody on campus that they've talked to. If that's the case, then we will go talk. We won't go into the details about what they shared with us. We'll just say, hey, I understand you visited with this kid. The challenge is when they have that issue and when I ask them, who have you been talking to, and they say nobody. That's where we have a little more, and again, I think it would be more beneficial for us in the district or the school where we would bring that up, not from a standpoint of, again, disclosing the confidentiality, but to encourage the boy to go talk to the counselor on campus, to go find help, and then to follow up on the other end and be sure, hey, you know, you may want to talk to Saul because he just brought some stuff up, and we're not going to tell you what it is, but you know, he said he was going to come see you. So if he doesn't come see you, you may want to look him up. We've been, you know, I've been doing this work 12 years. We've been as a 501c3 for 6. You know, I've been taking boys and men to rite of passage weekend, and knock on wood, we have not run into in all those years any major, you know, catastrophic issues. Everything that has come up, I think we've probably had 6 different occasions where we had a mandatory reporting issue in all that time. And 100% out of 100%, when the next day or the next group, the boy came back and was so grateful to the boys in the group. Thank you so much, guys, for listening to me. And thank you. You know, even though they were mad at us for going and talking to the school or going and talking to their parents, they were so grateful a week later because they said, man, I feel so much better because I got that off my chest and I had a conversation about it. We've never had anybody get pissed and leave the group. They've always, their first reaction is, you know, that's private. Yeah, but we're going to be sure you're okay. And 100% of the time they come back the next week and go, man, thank you. So, you know, we're knock on wood. It's not to say that that's not going to happen, but we take the safety of the boys very serious. These boys have high ACEs. And so, you know, a lot of our mentors do too. So safety is our number one thing with the boys, with the school, with our organization, with our mentors. We want to be sure that everybody's safe. You know, there's enough trauma. We don't want to interject any additional. So we take that very serious. That's one of the reasons why we're not counselors. We don't dig into deep emotional issues. We just kind of you know, talk about, well, what's going on, man? What are you feeling? And if it's there and we sense it's there, then we'll take the time to understand what needs to happen from there. And the greater the relationship we have with the schools and who all the players are on campus and who we can go to, the better off for all of us.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that further explanation and clarification. How is ACEs incorporated into your training for your volunteers?
They all take the test. We spend a lot of time explaining it, but that's about it. Okay. We help them understand that, you know, it's not a defect, it's not a identification or a label. It's just a way to understand. So when you're sitting with a mentor and you see a boy and you start hearing the story, you can understand, okay, this kid has a high ACEs score. So again, be empathetic. Cut them some slack. You know, we had a group at Kyrene Middle School, and after the group was really hard. The boys were just wanting to burn down the group. And I went and sat down with a counselor afterwards, and some of the stories she told me about those boys at home, it's like, okay, I get it. You know, my first reaction is we got to send them out of the group, and now it's like, nope, this kid needs it more than anything. We'll work through it. You know, with the help from the school, them working with the boy and the family in the home, and we're working in the group that we'll keep working on it. So I told the counselor, so we got your back. You know, this is a team effort. We can't do it by ourselves. When the schools closed, we had 56 boys in our program. When the schools closed, we dropped to 8. Only one of them came out of any of our school programs. Everybody else came through our website. It's the regular classroom repetitive process that is where we drive that benefit, where we drive the outcome. We still use the rite of passage weekend, but now it's a leverage. Now these boys sit in a circle, they understand truth, they understand vulnerability. When they go on the weekend, where it's an intensive 48 hours, they can crack wide open rather than it's the first time they ever talked about what's going on in their life. So now we take boys out of the schools to the rite of passage. They come off that weekend with an intention of what's going to make a difference. What's one thing you're going to do that's make a difference in your life? Then they go back to the school circle and they get support. Not shame, not, you know, hey, you said you're going to quit smoking pot. How you doing? So it's just the whole thing is just a system of parts and pieces. And with what we introduced, and Aiden and his grandmother in our family group, the family single moms group has just been beyond our wildest dreams as far as the support and the momentum. That's something that we're definitely going to grow. But right now we don't have the resources for it. We're focused on ramping back up on the school mentoring.
Yeah, no.
School mentoring is our core. That's where we do the most work. That's where we get 80%, and then everything else just supports that.
Mhm. No, and no, thanks for that. And you're right, I want to make sure that, worst case, even if we do get to that point, that it is an issue with any of the students, that we're making sure that we're taking care of all of them. And really quick, I did want to talk or ask you about kind of the discipline aspects and kind of further understanding, like, what level have you seen that it has risen to the, I guess, what you all define as classroom disruption? Because obviously we have our definition of what that means. And also, what does office referrals for you all when you're reporting that data out or compiling that? And the reason I ask that is because when I'm looking at our own data with respect to kind of, who's referred to law enforcement, who's or goes through out of school suspension and all this stuff. Again, it's there. I guess I want to have a better idea how it correlates back to us in our current numbers. So yeah, if you can help kind of illustrate that a little bit.
When every parent, because the boys are minor, when the parents sign an enrollment form, they give the school permission to give us multi-level behavioral data, attendance, and grades. And so that they organize that. We didn't get that far with Mountain Point because it was our first semester, but that's the relationship that we have. That's part of our memorandum of understanding is we're bringing all this, you guys got to help us with data. So the data that was on there was what the school reported for those boys. The office referrals, that's not us, that's what a teacher does or something that goes on that's a behavioral issue during the school day. The only thing that we're involved with, we tell the boys men's work is hard. And sometimes when they're disruptive and they just want to draw on the kid next to them or throw spit wads across the room, it's like, men's work's hard, man. Today's not your day. Come back next week. Because they make an agreement that they're going to be respectful. And we just ask them without shame, did you keep your agreement? And if it's no, we give them a chance. If they come back again, unfortunately, we can't let one boy drag down the other 11. And so, with the Mountain Point, we have 47 minutes. 12 boys in 47 minutes, we got to be on task. So if we have a guy that's really bound and determined to disrupt the group, then we'll say, you know what, come back next week. If it goes on and on and on, then we'll say, you know what, come back next year. Come back next semester. You're not keeping your agreements. You're not being accountable in this group. We're accountable with each other. We treat each other with respect. So we work really hard not to shame them. Nothing, not right, not wrong, but there's an impact to your choice. And the impact to your choice is you're out for today. Come back next week. But the rest beyond that is all what goes on within the school. Within the middle schools, we deal a lot with the ISI, the teacher that's in that room. Sometimes if we know the boy's having a really hard time after the group is over, we send them to ISI after the group's over. We'll have mentors go in and sit down with them and go, dude, what's going on? And so they support that. They give us room in the corner. And, so it's, again, we're not there to fix anybody. That's not our role. But we're just there to really be sure those kids know that, no matter what happens, we got your back.
No, thank you. And one more question before I know we have another board member who has a question. You mentioned that typically it takes about 2 meetings for them to get comfortable or when they join you for 2 times. But if I remember correctly, you mentioned generally give them until 6 times that you meet. Can you explain that a little bit? Because I'm not understanding.
It takes a semester for them to get comfortable.
Yeah.
Because they come in with, these boys come in not trusting authority, not trusting adults, not trusting men. So it takes a long time for us showing up every week, and they challenge us, and we sit back and we don't react like all the other adults in their life. We don't yell at them about what they're doing right or label them, why'd you do that? That was stupid. So we bring a whole different energy, and they keep throwing rocks at us, they keep challenging us, and it's like, okay, we'll see you next week. So it takes a long time for not only for them to trust the men, but to trust each other. They know each other. It's amazing how many boys go, hey, remember last year when we got in a fight and then I broke your nose, but now they're sitting in this group and they've gotten to know each other. So it is definitely a process. That's why we don't see a change in the grades till the second semester. It takes half the first semester before the boys even, so yep, this is cool, I'm coming back. That's why we ask them to come 6 times. If it's not for you, we had a boy that I think, Brian and I just talked about, I think he was at Mountain Point, I don't think he is anymore. We threw him out in 7th grade. He just wanted to fight. We threw him out. He came back 8th grade year and he was a rock star in 8th grade. It was amazing. So we can't save them all. We're just going to do the best we can with the boys that show up.
Yeah, and I guess, sorry, because you mentioned that not there to save them, but at the same time, obviously having a positive impact on them. With the 6 meetings, is that all voluntary, or are they expected to show up to each one, or is it kind of a part of the agreement?
They're strongly encouraged by the school and by their parents. And we just ask them, look, men make agreements. Will you agree? We go over all the agreements. Will you agree to come 6 times? And at the end of that 6, if it's not for you, you know, they'll go, oh, no, my mom will be mad. Nope, I'll talk to your mom. Nope, if you don't want to be here after 6 times, bless and release, man, no judgment. It's cool. Come back in a month from now. Come back next year. So it really, they have to want to be there or else it doesn't work. And we support that because they've said, no, you know, principal will be mad or the counselor will be mad or my mom will be mad. It's like, I'll talk to your mom. It doesn't work unless you want to be here. It doesn't work for us to manage the group, and it doesn't work for the boy.
Thank you. Member James?
Okay, I have 2 questions, actually. Really quickly, what you said it's during the school day, so what class are they missing?
At Mountain Point's ACT Lab.
ACT Lab, okay.
Tuesday, it'll be, right now we're set up as the Tuesday ACT Lab at Mountain Point.
And then in Kyrene, are they missing
Irene, we do the first and second period, which are typically advisory or PE or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, my son has science first period, so that would be a tough thing to schedule and for him to miss. So that's just, yeah.
Not to interrupt you, but we come at it from a standpoint that, you know, if the kid's not going to stay in their desk, it doesn't matter what class they're in. And these kids are just, you know, when COVID hit, they all laughed. I didn't care about school before. What makes you think I'm going to be online and care about school? So, you know, that's why we don't focus on grades. We don't focus on how you're doing in school. We ask them how you're doing in school so we get their mental emotional status, not what their grade point average is. Because if we start digging into the grades, and then we're just like every other adult in their life. And that's what we try not to do. We're the uncles and the grandfathers that just show up and say, all right, you know, you're good.
and then I guess, obviously it's boys to men, so this is about men, but I'm wondering what conversations you all, you know, you hear about women, because, you know, I hear a lot of things of being a woman, hearing, you know, men's work is hard and men make agreements, and that's all true, but so do we. You know, women's work is hard. Being an adult is hard. The transition is really difficult, right? And one of the values that we do have as a district is also acknowledging that our students are children still, and that we need to help them to enjoy that time as children, to not try to grow up too fast, to do it at a pace that's healthy, not too much pressure. Obviously, we want to set high expectations. We want them to walk into adulthood secure, knowing how to navigate their lives, but still holding on to their childhood. And I've worked with high school kids. I've taught high school kids. They are kids. And I think that, I suppose it just makes me a little bit uncomfortable as a teacher sometimes to see my students and the pressure that they feel to grow up, the pressure they feel to become that man or that woman, or, you know, and that balance needs to be there. And then thinking of boys talking around about what is challenging to them and what their expectations are. What are the conversations that you have about the values that women, the struggles that women face, the work that is hard that we face, the similarities, maybe some differences, and the agreements that we make as well that are similar, the same, maybe sometimes different. Because I think that honoring one another, and as Board Member Hodge mentioned, whether that is a man, somebody identifying as a man, our transgender students, there are so many different struggles. And so, while I do understand it in the name, Boys to Men, I guess I do have some discomfort not knowing what you're talking about when it comes to our girls and our women, and then that emphasis on adulthood. It's the pressure that we often place. It just, as a teacher, I want my kids to grow up and not feel too much pressure. I think that talking about social emotional wellness, they have that pressure, and how are we preserving that balance of childhood and entering into adulthood? So I guess that's about 1,000 questions in one.
A lot of our topics are driven by the boys because, it's again, what's going on in your life. A lot of times the check-in, we hear what's going on in their life, and that becomes a topic for that day. We will always get into relationship issues, and we're very gender neutral. The boys might talk about girlfriend, we talk about partners or relationships, because we want to be sure that everybody's comfortable. Again, we're not there to teach anything, we're not there to project. We're there to create that safe space. It's important when the boys are, start talking and they're getting into the macho side, that we just call them on it. Is that really what's important? How do you feel when he says that? We let the boys kind of self-regulate each other about relationships and what's going on. Very rarely do we give advice, but something like that, if it's something that's improper, we'll just kind of, the term we use is that's not cool. Whether it's anything around race or gender or sexual orientation, it's like, we don't do that here. That's not cool. This is a place of respect and truth. And the boys are still going to do what they're going to do, but we help them understand in this space, it's about respect. You guys can't be saying things to each other. Out there on the playground, you do what you do, but in this space, this is men's work. You're coming in here to be real and to talk about accountability and truth. So as I said, it's not a perfect process, but it is that place that these boys don't have anywhere in their life. They don't have that place where they got somebody that they can talk to. They got somebody that they know that has their back. When they make a mistake, I know who to go to. And, we've heard from the boys so many times. I'm just so glad. I couldn't wait to get to you guys today because of what happened last week. And the sidebar is Boys to Men USA is driving Girls to Women. Of the 14 centers, there's about 5 that have started a Girls to Women program. It's on our radar, but we still are building our own resources around the boys' side, and that there will be a Girls to Women organization in Phoenix eventually. It's important.
Well, I just think, I guess it sounds, there's a lot of, I think this is just my female perspective of when you're telling a group of boys, like men's work is hard, men make agreements, acknowledging that those boys, what are you doing to ensure that they understand that it's not just men's work that's hard? That burden is not all just on them, right? That they go into equal partnerships if they're going to be with a woman or have a girlfriend, they're in equal partnerships. They don't share an unnecessary burden with that partner because, I guess that's my driving point, is it sounds like there's a lot of pressure. This is just my perception, a lot of pressure, a lot of weight. And I think as we're teaching our children to enter into adulthood, it's good to train them up to know hard work is hard. Sometimes we have to do hard things. We should honor agreements. That's pretty gender neutral, right? But I'm just wondering, when that messaging is said to a group of boys, how are you driving home the same idea that, it's hard, women's work is hard. It's not, you're not unique and special in that way. Do you know what I mean? Like, we're all unique and special, don't get me wrong. But the women And the girls, they have hard work. They do hard work. They do the same thing as y'all. And they do, you know, a lot of times that messaging can sometimes feel like a burden that doesn't necessarily need to be there, that could encourage the mindset of, ooh, I'm a man, I carry this, I make the agreements, I do the hard work. How do you balance that messaging with you are, you know, you're equal to those girls in your class. Their burdens they carry are heavy. The work they do is hard. How does that messaging get through to those boys that they don't have to carry an unnecessary load of that work, that burden, if that makes sense?
There's a little bit because we don't get into teaching or actual, getting into values. We really focus on, just with all of the isms, we really focus on respect and gut check. How does that feel when you do that? How does that feel when you say that? Hey, how do you feel when he says that? What does that mean to you when he says that? So it really is helping boys understand the impact of when I say this because I believe this, oh, you may feel uncomfortable when I say this. So it's a process, but we really don't get into intentionally a hardcore curriculum or value projections. That's not what we're there for. We intentionally work hard not to. And we lose some men because we don't, because they want to go in with, they have an agenda. And that's not, so we really, from a gender perspective, a sexual orientation or any kind of cultural, racial issue, it really is, hey man, we're all the same. It's all about respect and just do the right thing. And we ask the boys to that gut check. You know, what are you gonna do next time? Was that the right decision? You know, we don't tell them it was a wrong decision. This is what you did, this is what happened, okay, now what? What are you gonna do the next time? And, you know, and when a guy says, well, I'm gonna do it again, you know, usually somebody in a group will go, dude, that's the wrong, what are you talking about? So when the boys start catching each other and mentoring each other, then we know the group has the momentum going forward. It's a hard question, it is. And there's no perfect answer. It just really gets down to men are respectful. Men keep their word, and men are disrespectful, and men screw up. But we own it when we do, and we come back from a place of accountability to get back in a relationship. And that's the message we just try to keep pushing. And some get it, some it takes a semester, some it takes a year, but that's the energy in the room.
All right, looks like we don't have any other questions. Thanks so much for bearing with us as we
Thank you guys, I appreciate it. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. All right, next we have item G, second public hearing and structural time model. Dr. Mendeville.
Thank you, Board President Garcia. At this time, we are recognizing a public hearing for the second required public hearing for House Bill 2862 on instructional time model. And this yesterday, just as a reminder, in the first hearing, we provided information around the flexibility for our school district, Tempe Union, to determine the manner in which instructional hours are provided to our students, which will include remote courses, project-based learning, mastery-based learning, weekend courses, and a variety of other learning formats. And so I believe we do not have any particular community members for public comment on this item, but I wanted on record that this is the second public hearing for this item of instructional time model, House Bill 2862.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Mendeville. Next we have public comment for item H. Do we have any public comment at this time, Dr. Mendeville?
Yes, we do. We have public comment. We'll call in Sarah Warwarska first, and members of the governing board may not discuss items that are not on the agenda. Therefore, action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter or scheduling the matter for further consideration and a decision at a later date. The Benedict Education Center boardroom is open during this call to the public only. Other than public comment pertaining to the instructional time model, all public comment will be heard at this time, whether it concerns a specific item or concerns a topic that is not on this agenda. We do ask that the speakers provide any documentation or literature a member of the public wishes to give the board members, provide that along with the presentation form, and give any information to either Mr. McDonald at that time. We are also asking that at the time of delivery of the comments that masks are required, as we remind that for our public comment. Thank you. Sarah Wawarska, am I pronouncing that correctly, Sarah?
Waraksa.
Wawarsa, okay.
Waraksa, yeah. Hi, hello. Thank you for having me. I'm a mother of a child at McClintock High. I'm here to basically advocate for him and for the other high school children affected by the current quarantine policy that you all have in place. My son currently has to quarantine for 10 days because he was exposed to someone with COVID at school. My child has been exposed to 2 people with COVID in our house in the past. I tested him both times negative, never got sick. This is more common for our young and healthy people. I'm requesting a better protocol, not just for my son, but for all the healthy children in this policy that you have right now is affecting. Because it's not fair for any of the kids. Even kids who see their friend didn't get to come to school, and they did, know and are aware it's not fair. These kids are only going to get smarter and more policies. The more the policies that like this are happening don't make sense and continue to segregate them. My son will be home now for 10 days, perfectly healthy. My suggestion is to please implement a testing policy for kids who've been exposed at school. Please implement a wellness check in the morning, at least as an option for parents, so that healthy children can keep attending school. I assure you, if my son is ever symptomatic, that's when he does not go to school. And all parents should do the same. What you are all allowing is vaccinated children who've been exposed to COVID an unchecked pass to go to school. So if they're mildly symptomatic, they can go in and potentially infect the school, while my child doesn't get a chance to prove he is healthy. Do you see what I'm saying? Your policy is saying that all vaccinated kids are immune to COVID, which we all know is not true. Also, conducting wellness check on my child and other kids in the morning that can prove health each day might be beneficial for you all to see and to help determine right actions for future policies that make sense and are truly protecting the health of our children. Because while these vaccines are still in clinical studies, as they are until 2023, new data will come out which will cause changes in policies anyway, e.g. the breakthrough cases right now and those that have been vaccinated for over 5 to 6 months. The most recent development with the vaccines has been found in young women, menstrual cycles. Dr. Diana Bianchi, director of the Institute of Child Health and Human Development, said to the Washington Post last week, nobody expected the vaccines to affect menstrual system because the information wasn't being collected in early vaccine trial. Is that 3 minutes?
Yes, it is.
In conclusion, I request that you all please do something that makes more sense today for the health and well-being of all of these high school children.
Thank you, Sarah.
Because quarantining the healthy kids without a chance to prove their health is not science. It's not. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Our next public comment is from Meredith Scherer. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you. Just go.
Yes.
Hi. My name is Meredith. My daughter Reagan Sarver goes to Desert Vista High. She was in the emergency room 2 weeks ago for a migraine, and they were about to admit her, and they said, we have to do a quick COVID test. Unfortunately, it came up positive. My first move, call the school. I did exactly what I was supposed to do. We were sent home from the hospital. She was fine the next day. Was told, obviously, take her out of school for 10 days, okay. Called my other daughter's school, let them know, did all the right things. I told my daughter, please email your teachers and ask them for the Zoom link, because she has no symptoms other than the migraine that was now gone. She got emails back saying, I'm sorry, you tested positive. You're not allowed to Zoom in. Okay, not really understanding why. I was then told it's because they want the children to heal that have tested positive. So a couple questions. If you're asymptomatic, what are you healing from? And number two, if the children are healing, why are the teachers emailing daily assignments? Why did my child get marked 0 and get 2 Fs in the 10 days she was out? We talk about mental health. My child's anxiety went through the roof because she couldn't learn the material, because she wasn't given the opportunity to Zoom in. So, this is promoting parents to lie. This is promoting parents to not say, my kid tested positive. I would have rather said my kid was exposed. She then could have learned for 10 days. Please don't make the decision if my child is well enough to learn or not. I can make that decision for her. Please give her the opportunity, like you did for everybody else that was quarantining. They deserve that right. The anxiety she got from having to do the lessons and be expected to do these tests and lessons, but not being able to learn the material. So you want her to heal, however, you want her to now heal, but teach herself the material and do it herself and expect her to get a good grade and expect her to get the same grade she would have gotten if she was able to Zoom in and listen to the lesson. Not about the technology, you have it. It's not about, the teachers doing it because they're already doing it. We're in year 3, educational year 3 of COVID. My request is that you do better, please, for these children. Do not promote parents lying. Do not promote parents from not getting their kids tested.
Dr. Mendo, if you can please look into it.
We certainly will. Thank you, Meredith.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have our consent agenda. So really quick, board members, I know that there are quick things that we want to address on items I-10 and I-22. So if it's all right with y'all, I'd like to bundle everything else so we can tackle the rest individually. Okay. So I move to approve items I through 9, 11, oh, you got it, Jane? Yeah, 1 through 9, and then 11 through 21, and number 23. May I have a second? Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes 5-0. Next, we will do item I-10. Member Montero.
Thank you. I've had some discussions with Dr. Mendeville. I had some initial concerns on item 5G specifically about home visits and having the language of school resource officers doing those home visits. I think specifically we're talking about mental health crises. I am a little apprehensive and don't feel that it's appropriate for an officer to be doing those home visits. And so I know in the language it specifically refers to when it's appropriate in the Care 7 crisis team policy and protocol, which makes me feel a little more comfortable because I know there are specifications on when that is appropriate in that protocol. So that's why I feel comfortable voting to approve this tonight. I just ask that if Dr. Mendo, if we can look into getting into talks with with the city of Tempe to maybe adding some language in this agreement specifically of when it is appropriate for a school resource officer to be doing those home visits. I think there are times, whether it be child abuse, et cetera, to where that is appropriate, but I think that needs to be specified in the agreement if we can do that.
Thank you, Board Member, Member Montero. I'm just reading an email that I just received from Maria Gonzalez. She's our Care 7 Social Services Coordinator. It's getting late now. For Tempe Union, she's assigned specifically to Tempe Union, and in her brief email, along with the policy that she provided, she said, she indicates that she realized the unscheduled home visit may not be clear to individuals outside of Care 7, which is true, which needs to be more clear. But unscheduled is truly a crisis situation such as a welfare check, danger to oneself, danger to others, a crime situation, that kind of a thing, much of like what we discussed at an earlier time. So absolutely, we will take that information and bring it forward to Care 7 in the city of Tempe.
Thank you.
All right. I move to approve item I-10. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you so much. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, motion passes 5-0. Next, we have item I-22, 2021, Tempe Union hearing officers. This in particular, I have a question / what I would like to see, and then I believe Vice President Braza might have another item or question regarding this. So first of all, thank you to Dr. Mendeville and anyone else involved in getting the background information on these individuals. Really appreciate it, especially because they are individuals that would be adjudicating either student and or teacher rights. With saying that, I know we have some documents that are still outstanding, so I would feel comfortable if the rest of the board is approving Susie Cantana, Prudence Lee, and Jessica Sanchez. But I believe that for right after Vice President Braza, if you have any. Vice President Braza.
Oh, wrong button. Yes, I wanted this just pulled just because of the background. I think it's worth having discussions as a board in terms of the hearing officers and disciplinary, as well as just where we've been on the subject. I do want to say that I really appreciate the district and everyone on getting this list together and the background, the summaries for these potential hearing officers. There's still, in terms of the process, that I still desire a lot of work with, but I've been in conversation with Dr. Mendeville, and I feel very good that I'd be able to move forward with the adjustments that President Garcia had recommended, and that I would be able to also work with Dr. Mendeville and be able to convey my thoughts and work out, whatever issues for the following year. As for the summaries, again, thank you so much on that. And I really, again, just wanted to pull this so that way my fellow board members can, if they have any insights or questions or concerns, they can address them at this time. That is all.
Thank you, Vice President. Braza, any other thoughts, comments, questions? No? All right. Then I move to approve this item as amended to include the 3 individuals. May I have a second?
I second.
Thank you so much. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Next, we have our teaching and learning item 1, instructional time model. Dr. Mendeville?
We're making sure we have the right hearing officers, the 3.
I'll let you know.
Susie Quintana, Prudence Lee, and Jessica Sanchez. Is that correct?
Yeah, Susie, Prudence, and Jessica.
Yeah. Who made the second, just so we have it? Berdetta. All right, our instructional time model. This does require action. You received the presentation yesterday, again, an extension of this House Bill 2862 requirements that we adopt the instructional time model, ITM, to provide flexibility in the method and manner in which we document our hours provided to students. So just need an action.
All right. Board members, any thoughts, comments, or questions on this item? Member James.
Thank you. With the concerns that we've heard about the link being sent out to quarantined students, not to sick students, and that was in part of the presentation, was why we would be using this model. I just want to clarify and drive home that that seems like something we really need to work out, that students and families are able to advocate for when they're ready to jump in and do that learning, because there's the argument, yes, we want students to heal when they're sick, but we don't want them to develop anxiety from being out for so long. It is very different than back in the day, pre-COVID, when maybe we were out for a couple of days with a cold or something, strep throat, take some antibiotics, and we were allowed to go back when we were fever-free or we're 24 hours past antibiotics. This is a pretty lengthy quarantine. So just making sure we shore up that consistency and ensure that students that are healthy, asymptomatic, maybe a false positive, whatever the situation is, that they are able to get the link and we have that consistency throughout the district, because that's a lot of stress to put on families and students.
Understood, but that's not what this is about. So
right, but that was part of the instructional time model, was we're giving it out to links, and we said it last night that it's going to be for.
No, the House Bill 2862 just authorizes us to. That's the intent of this particular item. So I understand what you're saying, but I don't want to deviate from an agendized item. But we certainly have that point.
Got it.
All right. Do we have any other questions, comments? No. All right. Then I move to approve item J1, instructional time model. May I have a second?
I second, Mr. President.
Thank you so much. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion passes 5-0. Next, we have item J2, curriculum adoption for the 2022-2023 school year. Dr. Menville.
Thank you, President Garcia and board members. This is our item on the District Curriculum Council Committee. They met in the fall of last year. In spite of the fact that we were in a pandemic, they were still doing their work around committees and revising classes and class titles and submitting, and there's a whole timeline that's proposed where content specialists, our teachers, and many individuals are involved with this process. So I'm going to ask, well, there she is already, our very own Stacy White to come in and to provide us the information from teaching and learning. And Mrs. Hilgers, if you want to add to that when appropriate or if appropriate, please do so. Stacy, thank you for being here.
Thank you. President Garcia, Vice President Barraza, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Mendeville, the executive team, good evening, and I appreciate your time, and I know that it's already been long for you, so thank you so much. The work of the 22-23 course adoption began back in January of 2021. And normally, the process begins with the assistant principals, the directors, content specialists, working with their respective groups on proposals that they want to either submit that are new additions and or changes to anything that we currently have in place. Those proposals and recommendations then go to a committee, and the committee reviews them not only at the district level, which are the 19 members, which I facilitate, but also at the site level. Then those recommendations then get presented to teaching and learning and Dr. Mendeville, and then eventually are brought forward to the board for approval. Out of the 2021 committee work that was done, so kind of this time last year, There were committee members, there were district leaders, there were site department members that had asked that we review our district course catalog as a whole unit this time around. And the reason behind that recommendation had multiple pieces to it, but the majority of it was centered around like aligning our proposals to when we adopt textbooks. So we had more of that kind of alignment in our cycles, that we align our verbiage to our state standard language and our current district scope and sequence, that we be reflective in our considerations of diverse and equitable coursework offerings that we provide to our students in our district, and that we better assist colleges in understanding and being able to interpret our student transcripts that they receive. So we honored this recommendation from the committee this time last year, and so this year the process was a little bit unique because of that. So we reviewed a total of 533 courses from our current course catalog. And we have a lot of people this evening to thank for their time and their commitment that they put forward in this ginormous task. So we had 101 people work on this due to the extensive amount of the type of project that it was this time around. We broke out into subcommittees by content area, and we used our experts in those areas to make the best recommendation this evening. So those subcommittees were facilitated by our very own content specialists, and we had representation from and feedback from APAs, department leaders, teachers, counselors, PLC leaders, PPA, IB coordinators, SPEDs, CTE, fine arts, military JROTC, Indian education coordinator, district, parents. So we had a lot of people involved in giving input in this process this time around. This task, as we know, starting in January, we developed a plan of action and a process and a timeline, and we actually started the work in February. It was all done virtually, went from February until May. And so, as you can imagine, this was an enormous task to take on during a COVID school year. So back this time last year, had I known that we were going to pretty much be remote, I may have pumped the brakes maybe a little bit on this task, to be honest, and we would have maybe waited until this year. However, in true Tempe Union fashion, we completed this project, and I can proudly say this evening that we have a final recommendation that is reflective of a task completed with fidelity, even in our environment that we worked through. So in our recommendation this evening, the committee work did include current course description being revised and updated to reflect our state standards and the language in our scope and sequence, old classes being deleted that we no longer offer, new courses being proposed to fill in some of our gap in coursework options for our students in our district. We spent a lot of time reflecting on course options, looking at our diversity and our equity that we provide students district-wide, and course titles were changed to also assist our colleges in being able to read our transcripts more accurately. And so all the course proposal changes were submitted, and they were reviewed as a team of Mrs. Hilgers, myself, and Mr. Brown originally, and it kind of was like an accordion in and out flow. We had questions, committee and subcommittees had questions of us, we answered them, we seek to understand, they provided feedback, and it just kind of went in and out over the pretty much entire process and semester. Until the subcommittee felt confident and comfortable in reaching a final product to submit. So once all that work was finalized, May 10th, we brought the original committee from this time last school year back together. We reviewed and went over everything all over again and gave them the final updates. And the teaching and learning department and then Dr. Mendeville were provided with the recommendations that we're bringing forward this evening. I answered any questions that they may have had. And so this evening, teaching and learning, we're bringing forward 459 course proposals for your approval. And this is not normal for the new board members. It's not. So don't be scared that this is going to be the case every time, okay? So the courses have been made available for your viewing and review, and along with the reasons for those proposals and changes. But I am more than happy to answer any questions that you may have this evening. Thank you.
Sorry about that. I was asking Dr. Mendeville a question.
Sure.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your work and the committee's work. I can imagine it's a daunting task to go through all of these courses and make modifications, especially in a timely manner during a pandemic. So kudos to all of you for doing that hard work. I'm super glad y'all are here to help us with that. So I'm going to start off, and then I don't remember who went first with the buttons, but we can go from there. I apologize in advance because my questions are lengthy. So I noticed that we are deleting financial planning, sports and entertainment marketing, I think one regarding Holocaust, Academy AP, and the STEM Academy. So I just want to talk about those in a group first before I go to my other one. To address each one in particular, financial planning, we have obviously a lot of our students that don't feel like they're prepared with financial literacy before they go off to college and for life. So I wanted to, I guess, ping your brain on that one. I know sports and entertainment marketing has been in the books for a while. I don't know to what degree it's been fluctuating because it's been part of the marketing department, part of DECA. So I just wanted to ping your mind or brain on that one, and then how it relates back to in the Holocaust class, how it relates back to obviously our requirement to be teaching. Would deleting this obviously and incorporating into standard social studies curriculum, obviously I get that point, but I guess I don't know how that would impact us with just having the class available for folks. And then I worry about Ms. Zinke over at the Peggy Payne Academy AP classes, and I see that she's the one who submitted it. So, and then I don't know about the STEM Academy, but I get worried about those two. So whichever one you'd like to tackle first.
Absolutely. So I'll make sure if I forget one that you remind me. But I'll start with the PPA. Ms. Zinke hasn't offered that class within PPA for quite a few years. They have actually used the McClintock AP course for their students and the McClintock students, and she said that that has met their needs, and she said it has been really good and a collaborative effort that has worked really well for them. And so she didn't see it to be a need to be on the books, because then we maybe advertise something that we just don't do or offer. However, it is a class, the AP class is offered in the book that is offered to all McClintock students, and so she felt confident in deleting that and thought it was time to do so because it's been quite a few years. So that's that one. The CTE courses have just been repurposed within other standards and coursework that we already offer in our business and CTE classes. And so with state alignment and changes in their curriculum, some of those like sports and entertainment, economics, financial planning, all of that are now just intertwined differently within their programs. So they're still there, they just are repurposed kind of in a different way. And so we don't offer them now separately, we offer them together as a program. The Holocaust class we've had on the books for quite a while, and it just hasn't been able to make, and some classes on campuses make and some don't, and some offer things and some don't offer things. And so the social studies, like what you kind of alluded to, we're very confident in their ability of interweaving those into their regular other standards of their courses that they have available for students. Did I hit them all or did I miss one?
You're so good. Almost. The STEM Academy.
Oh, the STEM Academy, that's right. I did touch base with Dr. Barella, and the way that that class was defined and listed was outdated and wasn't really maybe appropriate or going to meet our needs. And so we were confident going ahead and deleting it as it was in the book, knowing that there were some other classes that she felt would meet her needs better. And so she was okay with deleting the STEM Academy, knowing that every year we do this process. So if there are classes that need to be introduced or be brought back to the committee and then to the board for approval, we can always do that. Just because they're off right now doesn't mean that they're gone for forever either.
Awesome, thank you. And then one final one. He knows what's coming. So I see that we're changing, or the proposed is to change the course description and course title for the Yaqui Culture, History, and Language to Indigenous / Latino History of the Southwest. That's a little concerning to me, especially because we serve so many Yaqui students. And the state typically defers to the tribes to determine what the language curriculum would look like. And instead of having it distinct, because we serve so many Yaqui students, those two, in my personal position, would be to make them distinct rather than joining them. But I guess I wanted to get more of the rationale behind that one.
Absolutely. So we collaborated with Valerie Molina in this engaged conversation that we had around the same concerns, that you have as well this evening. And so we have had this course on the books, and it hasn't made because the tribe hasn't had somebody to be able to supply to us to teach the class who is certified through the tribe to be able to do so. And so our students have not had an opportunity to even have the class make or be offered for them because they didn't have somebody to have it taught to them. And so the thought behind it is by having Indigenous, it doesn't necessarily have to be somebody certified by the tribe. However, they have somebody who would be able to be recommended to be possibly a collaborative course like Dr. Mendeville has been speaking about, where we could have all students in the district participate in the Indigenous Latino history of the Southwest, and it wouldn't necessarily be tied to the tribe having to supply the teacher or us being dependent on the tribe. And so she received feedback also, and that was their recommendation that they were comfortable with moving forward. So they would rather have our kids be able to have something than to have nothing, that we would be able to offer to more than just the Yaqui students from Guadalupe as well.
If I may add, because with age is coming my memory was sparked in that was the exact conversation, since we have not been able to make, those classes are not being able to make, with this category, we can assign a certified staff, but also bring in as consultants, if you will, on a regular basis to come teach without having that formal background.
Yes.
Language, the history, all of that, with the tribe, but also with other indigenous languages as well. It just allows us to make the class now officially.
And they are currently doing that right now in that unofficial way, but kind of like in a club or at a lunchtime activity. And so this would just be able to bring it so it was every single day a part of their lives to all of our students in the district. And so we're hoping it can be one of those collaborative classes that kids from all over the district can come together to take one class with each other to learn.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. I still am uncomfortable with it because it feels like we're taking a step back, especially after everything that we've done today to honor the tribes and renewed relationships. And it, just based off brief conversation, it seems like they're more inclined to work with us now that there is more of a renewed relationship with them, and not just the Yaqui tribe, but everyone else, which is why I still feel very strongly about having those two distinct rather than combining them. But that is all I have. I appreciate so much all of your work again. I know it's not easy and engaging in this conversation, so thank you so much.
Well, I completely understand. Thank you.
May I ask a question? I guess I can, because I am superintendent.
You're the superintendent.
But
of course.
Would it be inappropriate to maybe ask, can we do both?
Mm-hmm. It's not inappropriate, and we could if that's the recommendation.
To President Garcia's point, I mean, we don't know what we don't know right now. We're trying, and I think everyone's efforts in that area were in good faith to see, okay, if it's not making, so it's not, kids aren't getting anything, and other than maybe a club on occasion kind of a thing, but this can actually open the door up for other indigenous languages, but also keep in a very secure way that as well. So it might, if it's something we could do to keep both, because I think both have value, particularly with the, this might be a way where we can do some cross classroom experiences virtually, but anyway, just something to consider.
Absolutely. That's doable.
Or a request, actually, not consider.
Yeah, that's doable.
And then another question, because obviously this isn't the full list of our catalog, but obviously our Native students aren't the only students that we have, but what other classes with respect to history or language or culture do we offer for our other students, if you know by the top of your head?
So right now, the newest class is the African American. That was, I think, approved 2 or 3 years ago with changes. So we had it hadn't made in a long time. And then 2 years ago, we aligned it more to like our dual enrollment. And a year-long class instead of just a semester, because the teachers were like, I can't teach all this in a semester. And so it's kind of evolved and it's been evolving. I think currently we have it on 2 of our campuses. We had it on 1, now we have it on 2. So it is starting to gain momentum and grow as well.
Got it. No, thank you so much for that context. I really appreciate it. Board Member Hodge.
Yes. Thank you so much. It was 3 years ago.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
and also, I just want to thank the committee for all the work. I see it every year that you guys do. It's a lot of work to be done, so just give that thank you. And also, I'm excited because I've been pushing for Chinese language and culture to come back, and we have it back. So thank you on that. I'm excited to see that we have 2 courses on it. We have one Chinese language and culture, and then we have Mandarin Chinese 4.
The
So
AP. So
the AP. So this is
our Kyrene kids are finally getting
Yes.
into and feeding into us pretty strong now from a couple of the schools. And so those students have now matriculated finally to their 4th year.
Yes.
And so we're hoping that they will want to continue and we'll be able to build that as we move forward.
I'm excited that we actually found, because we had problems finding a teacher to teach it also, so that sounds good. And I also like the internships. I see quite a bit of the internships. That is amazing and fantastic to see the amount and the different varieties of Okay, guys, I'm talking to you guys right now. All right.
Yes,
the
absolutely.
internships.
We're affirming what you've just said.
Yeah, okay.
We're excited about the internships.
Yeah, I
Member
am
Hodge.
too.
We really are.
Yes, so thank you for all that. That is phenomenal because a lot of our kids, they don't go right off to college, and this really sets them up for a career later on in life. So thank you for all that.
Yes, and we are working on our industry standard testing as well as our
Yes.
program completion with them so that they'll be ready to go into the community in an area that they really enjoy and would flourish in, and that they don't necessarily have to go to college. There's other options as well.
I like that. Just one quick question. With some of our internships, like with childhood, are they getting like a certificate with it to move on? Because that was some of the situations I know that had with child care and childhood and our automotive. So they're now getting a certificate to move to the next level.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's exciting. Thank you so much.
All right. I know I said I was done, but I just want to recognize and echo Board Member Hodges' point on the internships, that it's very exciting because this just offers our students a lot more opportunities. You know, seeing film and video production internship, I think is exciting too, especially because Warren Cole, I remember when, sorry, Warren, but when I was back at McClintock, I remember, because sharing classroom space and seeing him and his students and just being excited about the work and doing the productions and all of it. But oftentimes some of my friends just felt like they wanted to do more, right? So I'm super excited about these internships, in particular that one too. By chance, do we give, or are there any stipends that come with these internships, or is it exclusively just for academic purposes?
Yeah, it's for academic credit. However, if they are with a company or an organization, it can be more than that, depending. And I know that Warren has had a couple interns that have been really successful and have done a lot for us in our district.
Yeah.
So.
Shout out to them.
Yeah, absolutely. So that have gone on to do great things. So.
No, that's really exciting. And then 2 more points. I just wanted to recognize, thanks for bringing in AP Computer Science, because I know that's something that I brought up last cycle. And then just recognizing that the new Gina Navajo class is going well. So thank you.
The Dene is new that we're excited to be able to offer, and the Navajo tribe has been asking of us, and we're excited to be able to do that this year in collaboration with them.
That's amazing. Well, thank you again for all your work, the committee's work, et cetera. Sorry, board members, I kind of just went all in. Courses are a thing that I'm very passionate about, and access to opportunity. So, board members, any other questions or comments on these items? No? Okay. So on this one, considering the questions, is it okay to table it so we can circle back with the other pieces? Dr. Mendeville?
Which pieces specifically? Because I think we can agree to the, I believe, to include both the Yaqui specific and then the indigenous to do both. Were there others?
That's my main one.
Their main one?
Yeah.
So if the board is in agreement with that, we can approve it tonight with that amendment.
Splitting them out.
Yeah, just splitting them out.
Yes.
I think that's
Is the
possible.
board, all right, then I move to approve it with those amended changes. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you so much. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much for bearing with me in particular, bearing with us all. Thank you.
No apology necessary. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
You too. All right, next we have board policies. Policy BDF, advisory committees, first read and adoption. Dr. Mendel.
Thank you, President Garcia, members of the board, and I want to echo as well for Stacy for all the work and teaching and learning that you've put into it. So thank you, Stacy. BDF, advisory committees. This is a recommendation from ASBA. We can take it under for both a first and second reading because this is an ASBA recommendation. So, and this particular one is on advisory committees. As an example, when we began the social emotional wellness ad hoc committee, we had to comply with the open meeting law postings and the sort. And so this just reiterates that when we do create an advisory committee or there's a direction that an advisory committee be created, that we conduct ourselves in that manner in compliance with open meeting law protocol.
All right, thank you, Dr. Mendeville. Board members, any thoughts, questions on this item? No? All right. Then I move to approve item K1. May I have a second?
I second.
Thank you so much. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes 5-0. Next we have board policies K2, policy BEDD, rules of order. Dr. Mendeville.
And again, this is an ASBA recommendation for rules of order, and this is in response to some of the public comment behavior and chaotic activity that may be happening at some of our sites, board rooms across not just Arizona but across the nation. But this gives you, as board president, the authority to recess the meeting without a vote of the governing board so that we can maintain decorum in this body. I would highly recommend this, so yes.
And you said this is from ASBA?
This is from ASBA, yes.
All right, may I have a motion for this item, please?
So moved.
Thank you so much. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Next we have board policies K3, policy BEDH, public participation at governing board meetings. Dr. Mendeville.
Thank you. This is also, in addition, a recommendation from the ASBA board. We are fortunate that we have this in place, but many districts have not had particular protocol around the presentation, the meeting forms, the green forms that we use. Oh, there it is. Okay. And the public presentation at governing board meeting, the presentation forms. Ours are green, so you kind of know those. And then, and give this form to the governing board secretary no later than the time indicated on the form. In our case, in Tempe Union, we accept the form, presentation form at up to 7:15, and beyond that, the public's not required to, or we are not required to accept them past the 7:15. So, yes. Oh, there's one more. Sorry about that. I needed to scroll down is what she was telling me. And also under F, that the presentations for unsolicited services won't be permitted. At times, companies, not in Tempe Union, companies or businesses use that public comment as a forum to offer or bring forward potential services, and we don't do that, but that has happened in other districts. So these two edits to this policy are coming from ASBA, and they're wise ones. So we recommend the approval.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mendeville. May I have a motion for this item, please?
So moved.
Thank you so much. May I have a second?
I second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Next, we have board policies, K4 policy GCO, evaluation of professional staff members. Dr. Mendeville.
Thank you. This is the evaluation of professional staff members, the second reading, and we agreed to look at all of the changes and recommendations, I believe, at the last meeting, but I think we have a couple more. Member Montero, would you like to comment on that, and then I can close it up?
Yeah, so I first want to thank Dr. Mendeville and Dr. Keller for taking my comments from last meeting. I saw that we specifically added the social emotional well-being into the alternative performance reviews. I would just ask that we make that consistent and also put that in the principal evaluation, because I think that is just as important. So I think if we add, so the paragraph right under the bulleted list, the evaluation, to read the evaluation system for the evaluation of the performance of principals may include the overall instructional program, student progress, and just insert social emotional well-being right there. And then also add a cross-reference to policy JLDAA at the end there.
Perfect. We have those noted, and we agree with the recommendations.
Member James?
Yes. Let's see, it's item A, the district may use an alternative performance evaluation cycle subject to the following. I'm glad we added this, student social emotional well-being, and I know this is not an all-inclusive list, but again, just coming from the teacher place, I would really love to see an emphasis on classroom environment and quality of instruction, because I think that that's the crux of what we do. And I don't know, I mean, I know that them not being on there doesn't mean it's not possible. I understand there's statute that goes into what we should include there as well. So if you could speak to that, I think it's just something I'd like to see.
Thank you for that question, Board Member James. This is actually what we're doing for our goal setting this year. It addresses those two components, the academic piece, but also the social emotional piece. And I've been going out presenting the program this year, and the positive feedback that this is in there has been out there. And so they're glad that we can focus on both of those components.
Okay, so you're saying that right now you are focusing on that classroom environment, you're focusing on the quality of instruction. It's not stated directly in the policy, and I again, just centering those things would be nice.
Want us to add those into this?
I think that it would be important to center those.
We can
totally I really like that. And then I do have a question, having spoken about the principal evaluation as far as staff input and how, that doesn't necessarily have to be part of the evaluation, final evaluation, and so maybe this is not the place for it, but I know that is something that as an educator, teachers often want to have that input on how our leadership is doing, and I think it's important for our school leadership to get that staff feedback. So whether that's a part of the evaluation process that doesn't necessarily go in, you don't want it to be a punitive thing, you don't want it to get messy, but is there a way that we can incorporate staff feedback as part of the evaluation process?
Okay, I'm having just some concerns, only because if we're going to do a second reading, which is fine, and we have these additional kinds of recommendations, we may have to, I thought we were just going to deal with the two items of classroom learning environment, which I think is absolutely important, and then the instructional proneness of our teachers to focus. But if we're going to go into these other layers, I believe those layers are part of your discussions in the evaluation document right now, not with teacher feedback, but those are, that's getting into far more detail that this might require a lot more work before we bring it back, is what I'm hearing.
Well, we can get feedback. It doesn't necessarily have to be a part of the process that's mentioned here, but we can, you know, there's other ways to get input into leadership effectiveness on the campuses and elsewhere. So there's outside of this, there's ways we could look at doing that. You're absolutely correct. It doesn't necessarily have to be part of this policy.
Yeah, and that is fine. I just need to make sure that we're clear because the policy itself is what we're trying to make sure we have clear. Because when we're talking about feedback, it's not just exclusive to teachers. We may need to include, well, not may need, student feedback and community feedback. So we need to be all inclusive if we're going to look at feedback.
I would agree with that, and that's what I'm saying. It doesn't need to be included here. You bring that up. There's other ways of getting that information and achieving that, and
so if the board can agree to obviously the changes that we did make for the second reading, but the social emotional wellness piece, and then the policy tie back to JLDAA, but if we can agree on the classroom instruction, right, and then classroom learning environment. If we can agree on those two things for this policy, then I think we could probably do it, approve it tonight, with the understanding that that other piece can be it could be part of a regulation or just part of part of your process for the evaluation document.
And actually, it may be that it's more appropriate to be in a regulation, because it could be a process that we go by to solicit feedback. I'm thinking, for example, surveys of all the different, community, staff, whatever, so we could get that information that can be a part of an understanding of what's going on. Does that make sense? It doesn't have to be within this policy, but we can put in a regulation the fact that we want to do those kinds of things.
Can I defer to my more experienced board members as far as how that?
Well,
because that sounds, again, this is new to me, so.
I'll tell you from being one of the most experienced that I agree with them on the regulations part. It's not going to take away from the policy, but it can be part of the regulations. We've done that in the past. So I think in Tempe Union, when they put a regulation, I guarantee you it will be upkeep. So
if we look at the policy as the what, statutorily the what we have to do, then the regulation can be the how.
Yes.
We go about doing that. So we're addressing the policy and the statute here, the statute in the policy here, and then we can define for us at our district how we want to go about getting that information.
Okay, if I may.
I guess.
I feel that I think we should go to a third read is my thought process, especially because one of our main roles as a board is policy making, and having further conversations with Dr. Mendeville to further help understand, because it doesn't seem like there's a consensus generally speaking. So other board members, any other thoughts or comments with respect to this? Member Montero.
I would agree with taking it to a third read if necessary, so we can hash some of these things out, just make sure everyone's clear and ready to go.
All right.
I'm the lone wolf. I'll say we could have done it tonight, but I'll agree with everybody because the consensus of the board, but I think we could have finished it tonight.
All right, then we will table it and come back for a third read. Next, we have policy IHBHD, online instruction, for first read and adoption. Dr. Mendeville.
Thank you, President Garcia. This, again, is recommendations from ASBA, I believe. No, it's not. Hang on. It's this Mrs. Hilger's. Hang on. Let me just get my glasses so I can see here. Yeah, teaching and learning, and the brought this forward for changes to this that are more in alignment with what we currently do. And the We don't talk about concurrent or correspondence courses anymore. It's just strictly online instruction. So you'll see that. Prepare students for, a lot of it is just clean up and to remove some of the outdated language in the world of work, technical school. I believe, Mrs. Hilgers, was this part of the original policy from before we adopted ASBA's? It is what I remind.
It is, I believe.
Yeah, okay. So this is one of the, 10 years ago when we adopted or went with ASBA and their policies, Tempe Union kept a number of policies that they called their own and they held tight to them. And this is one that we did keep, but we're now putting updated current language and to match our policies and our practices. And that's what this is.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Mendeville. That is helpful. All right. Any questions, thoughts on this policy, board members? Hearing none, seeing none. All right. Then I move to approve policy IHBHD. May I have a second?
I second.
Thank you so much. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion passes 5-0. Next, we have item L1, Tempe Union 2021-2022 Extended COVID-Related Leave Plan. Dr. Mendeville?
Thank you, President Garcia. When we didn't know what, we were hopeful that we would begin the year a little bit more outside of this pandemic, and we did not. That did not happen. And so we are still in the midst of COVID, and there are implications that impact our employee base. And so this was an opportunity for us as the employer, Tempe Union High School District, to provide some extended leave relief for our employees should they be impacted by whether being quarantined or having some need because of family extended circumstances and whatnot. But this is an extension to some degree of leave opportunities that protect our employees who have done what we've requested them to do in terms of, being vaccinated, stay healthy, be quarantined, be mindful, and all of that. And so this runs effective August 1st through the end of December, and should there be a need to extend these leave options beyond that, we can certainly bring this forward in late December or January to extend the leave through the end of the school year, May of 2022.
I'm just hoping we're out of this sooner rather than later, but thank you, Dr. Mendeville. Board members, any thoughts, questions on this item? No? All right, then I move to approve item L1. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you so much. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes 5-0. Next, we have information items. We'll start with the first one as the pre-law conference. Member James?
Yes, thank you. So we had our law conference last week on Thursday, Friday, and I was able to attend the pre-conference on Wednesday. It was really great. Got a chance to catch up with some board members from our sister districts and got to attend some really incredible sessions. There was an overview of legislative and legal processes, conversations about special education students living in poverty and how best we can serve them. And it was a lot covered in one day. One thing I really appreciated was the legal lens that everything was presented by. There's a lot of good information. There's one session in particular that was especially impactful, entitled Legal Issues in Addressing the Social and Behavioral Needs of Students. There were several districts that presented some really fantastic services that they provide, including some partnerships within their communities. They then also tackled the legal issues that they might face when making these partnerships and what we need to be aware of when engaging in outside partners. They also introduced some really innovative ideas about caring not only for their students, but also for their staff needs and well-being. There was one statement that struck me, and that was from the superintendent at Alhambra District, who emphasize that they see caring for their employees as a way to meet their student needs. Teachers will tell you that their work environment is your child's learning environment, and when a district can work to ensure that their staff is taken care of and supported, you can be assured that your students will thrive. So I really want to thank our district for having that extended COVID leave. That's one way we're showing our staff that we're taking care of them and their needs, so thank you very much for doing that. And on a side note, but still relevant, I would really like to thank Board Member Montero for centering social and emotional wellness this year. I look forward to a lot of great things that are happening in this area. And I know we're going to continue to find ways to ensure that our students and our staff feel safe and cared for in Tempe Union. So yeah, attending the conference was wonderful, and it really emphasized the need for this work and was just a really inspiring day.
Thank you so much, Member James. Next, we have the ASBA Delegate Assembly with Mr. Vice President Barraza as our delegate and Member Montero as our alternate delegate. Vice President Barraza.
Yes, so to update you on the Delegate Assembly, the Delegate Assembly essentially is pertaining to legislative political agenda that we want to see as ASBA as an organization, what we want to bring forth as our political agenda. So the Assembly is essentially the entire state, all of us, and we sent our two delegates, myself and Board Member Montero. And this year we were presented on the August 18th board meeting, I believe, with the proposed agenda with potential changes brought to us from ASBA's legislative committee. And it was up to us to determine what our stance are and what we wanted to fight for and our priorities pertaining to that agenda. So Saturday was the legislative meeting, and it was, for the most part, it's generally eventful because you will get a lot of people expressing themselves very openly, and these are issues that are very important to each of our communities, rural, urban, mixed, and there's a lot of cultural context when it comes to our state. So I would just like to let everyone know that the legislative agenda as was presented August 18th was what was presented to the Delegate Assembly, and it all passed. There was a modification to include social emotional, there was first, in the beginning, there was a few things going on. So at the very beginning, there was a couple of districts that pushed in or put in to include social emotional teaching into the committee language. And later on, under preserve and strengthen local control, there was a section that I personally brought up. Let's see, where is it? I got the possible, let's see, I cannot find it, but it pertains to, no, that's not it either. Okay, so pertains to corporal punishment and elimination as a policy request to the legislature. I amended it to include, to eliminate zero tolerance policies. I think that's a priority for all of us as educators to try and keep students in school and looking at ways we can look at our disciplinary systems and say, well, when something happens, we don't just default, but we, intervene and we, engage in that. So it was eliminating zero tolerance policies was my personal one that passed with the board or with the Delegate Assembly 87-13. Later on, and that was a very emotional moment for me personally, later on in the Assembly, Board Member Montero proposed another, actually a whole addition to the legislative agenda. And that language, and I wish I had it with me here, but I will make sure it's available to all of us board members.
I'm working to pulling it up.
Okay, well, he's looking it up. I just want to say that it was very impressive. In order to get a new item onto the agenda, you have to get 10 delegate signatures in order for it to be presented. Once you get that, then it goes into the General Assembly and debate begins, and finally we vote. And I really appreciate the hard work and just watching Board Member Montero advocate for the social emotional wellness policy, because we're talking social emotional wellness, where prior to that I didn't see any language pertaining to wellness. So this was very, very important, very landmark in terms of what we're doing in Tempe Union. We both went to the Delegate Assembly and advocated for what we're doing here to be included on the statewide rather than just being complacent and voting. We felt that it was necessary for us to bring what we're doing here to the rest of the state. And they passed his addition 67 to 33, and I was very ecstatic to hear that. That's a new approach that we're asking the Legislative Committee to take on to the state, and so we wanted to be the priority of our legislatures this coming election season. And I don't have those modifications to the language, but I'll make sure the board members in the district, we get those so that way we can all be filled in on the changes. Thank you.
And to add on to Vice President Barraza, I got to be an observer at the Delegate Assembly because I'm one of the two Maricopa co-directors for the Arizona School Board Association board, and it was pretty phenomenal to see both of them in action and really take, representing Tempe Union really well. And moving quickly too, because they do not take breaks. They just go straight in. With respect to Member Montero's language, it read, which is a brand new item, like Vice President Barraza said, includes support policy that promotes social emotional wellness as a critical component of improving school climate, safety, and learning for all students and staff. Because while there is discussion about social emotional learning, wellness was not included. So congratulations to Member Montero. And then for Vice President Barraza, that policy read a support policy that eliminates the use of corporal punishment in Arizona schools, and then addressing the zero tolerance discipline policies in Arizona schools. So congratulations, Vice President Barraza. I see we have a comment from Member Hodge.
Yes, I want to congratulate both board members. Phenomenal job. I got calls telling me how well you guys did, so phenomenal job. Thank you for representing Tempe Union in the most upward way. Tempe Union, that's how we are. We're that standard. To come to that point, I got calls from the executive director and the associate director for our superintendent to be to speak and be he's going to lead his own, what is it called? What is it called?
Breakout session.
Breakout session on
conference.
social emotional at the next meeting. So congratulations, Dr. Mendeville, for that. I just want to ask Vice President Barraza, will you go into a little bit of a detail of what the breakout session we have with the Native American and Hispanic and how we need to add that? Can you add that to it? Thank you.
Yeah, so part of the, as a board, we'll eventually want to have a discussion regarding is the committee right now, I can't remember the exact name of the committee, but it addresses exactly what President Garcia was discussing in the curriculum and the identity of two cultural groups, Native American and Latino, and being able to advocate for the two. So the committee itself right now is looking to break between the two. That way both of them have a seat at the table. Right now the current system is that they alternate representatives. So you may have one representative that may be focused more primarily on, the representative's going to advocate for both issues. But again, the primary problem is that both issues are on the plate of one individual in which it should be separate, and the two should both have a place at the table. Board member Hodge really expressed that in the group, and I was very proud to hear it because she really stressed the fact that it doesn't matter if there's one person or 30 people in the committee, that voice needs to be heard and be a part of the educational process. So we as a board will be, as ASBA members, will be putting our vote on to whether or not at some point, I'm sure, we'll create the two new committees. And it was very fascinating for me to see, and so much passion. I really believe that, ASBA is doing their work. And thank you, Board Member Hodge, for, bringing that up. It's very important.
And also wanted to recognize Member Hodge on her role as Vice Chair of the Black Alliance with ASBA. So they're moving, they're doing work, they're doing scholarship, they're doing all the things. So
Got a lot of pull at Tempe Union with ASBA. We're doing good.
They if they didn't know about Tempe Union, they know about us now. Thank you, Vice President Barraza. Next, we have item 3, the East Valley School Boards Consortium. I wanted to thank, it's blinking because it's late, Board Member Mesa, who extended the invitation to us, but Member Jameson, Montero, and Superintendent Mendeville attended, so any one of you want to step in?
Sure. It was good to, meet with some fellow board members from across the East Valley and superintendents, as well as connect with our sister districts and the superintendents and board members over there. We got a good update on the legislative session, as well as current litigation going on that affects us. Beyond that, that was pretty much it. Again, it was good to connect and kind of just, connect with people that are going through similar experiences and that we're all going through. And yeah.
I just want to clarify, and I appreciate Member Hodges' comments on doing a presentation. Nothing can happen alone, and so this will be a shared experience. So Member Montero and others who'd want to join us, I think we can have a lot of fun presenting that item. So, but thank you, Member Hodge.
Thank you, Dr. Mendeville. Don't you worry. we'll be right there with you. Next, we have a financial report through September 15, 2021. This is informational only. Any board members have questions, thoughts on this? Seeing none, hear none. And we will go straight into our communications. Board members, who would like to go first? I'm gonna call one of y'all.
Okay, since nobody's decided, I just want to start off. I'll say, Happy Hispanic Month. This is a great time. I love this month. This is one of my favorite times of the year. So I'm excited to start sharing, and we do a lot within my corporation around it. So I'm excited to get started and get going with it. We had a phenomenal football game on Mountain Corn. I'll just say that we had 3 board members there that almost lost their nerves at the end of that game and let's just say that we have one of our board members, and I have a picture to prove it, that is now on the football team at Mountain Point, our President Garcia. He was sitting there, in the huddle and everything, ready to play the game. So we just got to see him out there. So they're at home next Friday. So he'll be sitting there with his suit. They measured him and everything, because he'll be on the team next time. On another note, I got a chance to spend some time at Corona with my little tights. I enjoyed it. I had so much fun that they invited me to their party. So I'm going to be able to go to 2 parties in the next couple of weeks. And they told me that I'm their new friend. So I am now going to go to their parties. And I've been invited to their Halloween costume party. So I got to wear a costume and be ready. So I'm excited to do that. That was so much fun. Thank you, Nate, for always being there and having that friendly face, and my little tights running around. And that's, I always say that because that's my mom's school too. She loves those kids there. So, and I went to a couple other football games. I went to some freshmen and JV, and I will say McClintock played swirl, and I will give McClintock credit for having the most heart that you can ever see to lose 52-0. So I will put that out there. We did a great job of keeping our heads up, and that's how we do in Tempe Union. So thank you so much.
Member Montero. Thanks, Member Hodge.
So first I'll echo Member Hodges' point and just wish a happy Hispanic Heritage Month, as we celebrate what our Hispanic community has given to our district, to our state, and to our country. And lots of events and things we went to. We're back in full force. We went to the Corona field dedication a couple of weeks back. And it was also a very good game between Mountain Point. I think Mountain Point won by 1 point. So very exciting game as well. But it was good to, so congratulations to Corona on the new field. Obviously we had the ASBA Law Conference. We had the Delegate Assembly as well, Vice President Barraza. We definitely made a name for Tempe Union. We also had this last week the Mountain Point Hall of Fame, and that's where we went to the football game directly after that, which I have not seen that good of a football game in a very long time, so it was good to see that game. So shout out to Coach Lauer and the team. They're doing some amazing work, and I'm excited to see what the team has in store for the rest of the season. And lastly, I want to talk about Suicide Prevention Awareness Month is this month, and we had Awareness Week last week as well, and I was glad to see the push that we had with Miss Sterling and the communications team and pushing that out to our students. This has been obviously, a big passion of mine, and one of the reasons that I sit on the board in the first place, ran for the board was this issue. It's important that we talk about our experiences and what that means moving forward. Part of the reason why I continue to be an advocate on that end is, going through a lot of my own struggles in high school, and I've talked about that in public previously, but if it weren't for the programs that I was able to get involved with and the people that I had met my sophomore year of high school, I don't know if I would be here today. And that's a tough discussion to have. But it shows that, the resources that I had access to, that's not a reality for a lot of our students. And we can push, we've done a lot in this district. We did a lot previously, and I want to thank Mr. McDonald for partnering and Ron Denny for the amazing work that we have and continue to do. But, we also have to recognize that the part of that no policy or initiative is ever going to be able to really solve, and that comes with having open and honest conversations, not just here in the boardroom, but in our classrooms with one another. I think a simple just checking in on one another every once in a while and to see how you're doing, how they're really doing. Just to have simple conversations. It's okay not to feel okay. It's okay to feel lost or confused. But you are in the right place and you will get through it. And so, I think that's why we continue to do the work that we do. And I think, we are getting, awareness and recognition of that with the work that we have done here and continue to do. And like Member Hodge said, I'll be submitting a information request to do a presentation at the ASBA annual conference in December to hopefully partner with Dr. Mendeville, and I haven't asked him yet, but Ron Denny, to give a breakout presentation on our new policy. Many districts have expressed interest in doing something similar, and so we're starting that conversation and what that means. But again, there is work that us up here and in the district can't do, and that comes with just having these conversations and recognizing what others are going through and being sympathetic to that. I think the stigma around mental health it's very, very prevalent, and it's a tough issue to tackle. But I think this month in particular, we take the time to kind of reflect on that and reflect what we have done and where we're going and how we can continue to move forward as a district and as a community. And that is all I have.
Thank you so much, Member Montero, and thank you for your advocacy, your work and heart in this work, your resilience, because it is not easy. And so many, many thanks to you for helping guide us in the right direction. So thank you. Member James?
Sure, yes. Football season is fun. I was able to attend Marcos Denise's football game on September 3rd, and they were honoring Kristen Muir, who graduated from Marcos in 2017. She'd been a kicker on the team, phenomenal record there, and she was in a horrible accident in January, partially paralyzed, and she was out there on the 3rd. They were honoring her, and she was walking and coaching, and it was just incredible to see everybody there in support. Everybody wore red, her favorite color, and I brought my 8th grader, who was a future Padre, so he absolutely loved sitting with the band and catching a game. And so hopefully it won't get, he will still enjoy going to football games with his mom. We'll see. I have a feeling I'll be dropping him off next year. And then the Hall of Fame dinner was wonderful. The culinary department at Mountain Point, I was not going to eat, but oh my gosh, they know what's up with that food. It was good. So yes, I got a plate. Thank you, Mountain Point. The orchestra provided the music. It was a really lovely experience. So I appreciate being included in that. And the law conference, phenomenal. Our first in-person one, Board Member Montero, so that was really fantastic. And we found out actually that Vice President Barraza was part of an award-winning video, which is exciting, national, like up against Google. And ASBA put together this video, and Vice President Barraza shared his story and inspired a lot of other board members to share their stories. And ASBA came home with a national award, national recognition, beat out Google. So Vice President Barraza, thank you for telling your story, and thank you for helping ASBA with that recognition. And then, of course, this flag presentation, thank you to everybody who made that possible. That was so exciting, and to see Ishmael Asuna, who was my childhood friend, see a dream realized and everybody coming together to make it happen and make it bigger, I think, than we all thought it could be, was so exciting. So I'm very excited to see our next steps to continue to advocate for our Native kids in Tempe Union.
Thank you so much, Member James. Vice President Barraza?
Totally forgot about that video. I actually learned at the same time they learned about it, and it was a video that ASBA did on my background, my history, and why I ran for board. And Heidi, the very much the person who orchestrated all of it, put everything together. She told me, it's like, we got 1.1 million views on it. I'm like, what? So it was a whole thing, and I had no idea. I still have not watched the video to this day because I can't watch myself on video. So, there was a lot going on, and from the football games to awards ceremonies, so there's just so much, and I hope everyone in the community and the district really goes out and supports the students in all those aspects, because it's very impressive to see. It's very much something that I think you'll want to continue on. As for me, there was ASBA conferences, football games. There was a lot going on, but one thing I just want to mention, it was the 20th anniversary of 9/11, and that was very impactful for me. I was a senior. I had a 2-year-old kid at the time, and I remember exactly waking up 6 a.m. to go my 0 hour so I can get an extra credit in, and getting ready for school, and just I always watch the news, and the building was on fire, and kept watching. Then something about a plane in Pennsylvania, I don't know, it was just kind of confusing. Kept getting dressed, and then there's that second plane, and that I really didn't understand, other than I knew something was happening. Something, you get one plane into a building and you think that could be an accident, some malfunction, but when you get two, there's no accident. And we all, remember that day, and there was just such devastation, such loss. I remember thinking about my son, and just like, he'll never know the same America that I grew up in. The streets where you have the picnics and the parties and 4th of July events, and it was just, you knew things were going to change. And so it was really hard, especially when I saw my friends go to serve their country, and especially when it was my passion for my whole life since I was, at least 8, and I was told I wouldn't be able to, and that was just heartbreaking for me. Watch my friends, and I look at pictures now of all of us in high school, and I really realized how important that day was to who we became. You know, the life opportunities, and, you know, there's a lot of people that aren't here today because of that, because of their service, or because after their service they couldn't deal. You know, I have friends with that, and it coincides with Suicide Prevention Month, and, you know, it's just hard, you know, especially when you look at our veterans and say there was more that committed suicide than died in the actual combat engagements. It's something that I think about often, just with my friends and where we are, and I think about my parents' generation in Vietnam and what that meant to them, and, you know, whether you're going to go to law school or you're going to do something else or you're going overseas, and then what does that mean for you 10 years later, how you react, what type of person you become because of the experience. And so it's been a very impactful 20 years. I remember being that senior, and, you know, there was a life journey of mine, but I'm sitting here 20 years later talking about that moment, and I just wanted to make sure we recognize it, because to this day there's still people, children, grown up, we're finding out their stories. Some of them became actors, some of them became lawyers, some of them became, you know, just all different people. But I just remember even my son, he's 21 now, and he's, you know, lived through that experience. That aside, I also just want to acknowledge the COVID situation and the loss of our Phoenix Fire Department and Phoenix police officers who died through COVID. Firefighter Miguel Angelo and Police Sergeant Tom Craig. They died from COVID, and they died serving their community. It's something that they ran to help people. They served their life's work, and I just wanted to make sure that, you know, we honor them here today and remember that there are people in our community that are hurting and are willing to step up. And that's all I have.
Thank you so much, Vice President Barraza. I echo everything the board said. I know it's late. I just wanted to thank you all for all of your work here in this room and beyond. I know it's not easy, especially now in education. So thanks for everything you do, and hopefully we get out of this soon. So with that, having said that, any communications from you, Dr. Menderville, or the executive team?
No.
I'm just asking. It's an agenda item. All right, our next regular board meeting is October 13th. With that, I move to adjourn this meeting. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you so much. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes 5-0. Thank you and good night.